Yo, chat. What up? Good morning. Good morning to good morning. Good morning, fam. Yeah, see, I'm seeing checking my mic. Checking my mic. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Today, another morning stream is back, and today we'll be watching FNCS Major One Group Two, which is today. It starts at 10:45 a.m. and tomorrow will be today is group 2 EU and NAC. EU starts at 10:45 a.m. NAC North America will start at 4:45 p.m. So in between those, we're gonna watch both of them, and we got a little we got a little space between those two regions. So I think for me I expect EU starts probably gonna be it's like I think five games probably in like probably 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, oh no, give or take. But what's going on, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Yo, I just want to say again, yesterday's stream was absolutely amazing. For real. For real. It was a W Friday stream. Yo, appreciate everyone who came through who came through. Either you're watching me on your Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok or anywhere else. For real. That was crazy. Thank you so much for that love and support, bro, for real. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of TikTok, today, yeah, I'm not streaming on TikTok today because most of the stream is gonna be me watching a live event, a Fortnite live event, and I think and TikTok is a little strict on watching videos like they call it unoriginal content. It's your reaction. You give commentary, criticism, or anything else. Sometimes they don't see it that way. Yeah, as I told y'all before, um, like last time I was streaming on TikTok and I watched a video which is a Fortnite video. I know I have to say this again, but because some people might get mixed up, because some people might get it mixed up. That I was watching something inappropriate, which is not the case. I was the only one time I watched uh, a video on TikTok live stream was a Fortnite video, and within a few first few minutes, I think probably maybe like 1 to 5 minutes, get a noti from TikTok saying my TikTok live is restricted for unoriginal content, and yeah, it won't be shown in either the live feed or the for you page. And I was like worried, like I'm not trying to get uh, on TikTok's bad side, which is not the case. And during that stream, the stream, most of the time I was just playing Fortnite. So and I decided to take a little break from the game and watch a Fortnite video. But then, ma'am, in the first few minutes, your says the TikTok notice says you're not your live is restricted for unoriginal content, bro. And that only happened one time, for me, I'm not looking for any trouble from them. But yeah, that's the reason I'm not doing this watch party on TikTok stream. I just don't want that hassle, that restriction. Who knows? Next thing could be restriction, and could turn into a strike on my TikTok, and I don't, and I really, I really need to keep my TikTok. I've been building that for real, and I'll miss you and y'all from TikTok who came through. Okay, make sure the mornings. I make sure my stuff is all good. I make sure my mic is connected. Testing mic. Testing mic. Yeah, things looks all good. But yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back on streaming on TikTok probably after my FNCS starts today and tomorrow. So we got like close. It was 16 minutes before the starts. I think it's gonna be a pre-show. Pre-show. All right. Yeah. In case, let's just watch another video about who will win the FNCS groups. Who will win?
We have another solo Cash Cup finals, and we almost had another Peterbot win, but at the very last minute, he was beaten out. I also want to talk about my predictions going into Group 2s for FNCS. They start tomorrow, and it's going to be extremely exciting, especially on NA. We have Muzz's team, Peterbot's team, Vidil's team, Booger's team.
Ooh.
It's going to be stacked. I want to give my
It's going to be stacked for real.
Out on EU and NA, and I also want to talk about the announcement of not only when FNCS Global Champs is taking place, how big the prize pool is, and where it is. There's lots to talk about. Let's jump into it. Before we talk about the Cash Cup,
be a stack card, bro.
Global Championship. Yes, the $2 million land that's now.
Oh yeah, Global Championship.
Now taking place.
It's taking place in France. Yeah, Global is taking place in France. I think around September. Okay. Surprising. I think it was in Texas last year for Globals.
In September 6th and 7th, we got the dates and the location confirmed. We are going September to talk about
the again.
Championship. Yes, the $2 million land that's now taking place in September 6th and 7th. We got the dates and the location confirmed. We are going to France. More specifically, we're going to Lyon, France, which is outside of Paris. It's going to be super exciting. I feel like I'm really happy about this announcement. I know a lot of people are, for two main reasons for me. Firstly, visas. If you guys remember the last Globals, it was an absolute nightmare because since it was in the United States, it's really hard to get visas from certain countries, mostly the Middle East and Russia, which meant that a lot of players who qualified and had every right to go couldn't go, and it really, really sucked. So I'm hoping that's not going to be as much of an issue. A lot of European countries
I want to see everyone there.
Visa processes, or at least they're not as stringent or as strict, which again, I'm not going to get into the politics of that, but it should mean all the players who qualify get to go, hopefully. And French crowds are predominantly really, really good in esports. They're some of the best, most vocal, exciting crowds, and within Fortnite, they have very, very loyal fan bases. Right now, I know the French players aren't doing the best overall. I really hope we get at least 1 or 2 French players who qualify for Globals. There are some big potential there, but even if we don't, both Gentlemates and Havoc, 2 French-owned orgs, are doing a very, very good job of getting a lot of hype around their players who aren't French but signed to their French orgs. If you guys have watched any of the Havoc streams on Waz's broadcast, or if you've watched Nikoff at all, you'll know how good their fan base is and how loyal they are. So I'm really, really excited to see a big, vocal, excited French crowd show up, and I know a lot of people from around Europe are trying to go.
Me too.
A lot of you guys keep asking me if I'm gonna go. I've never been to Globals before. I would really love to go. This is a 32-hour flight from me, and that doesn't even include the 2-hour train trip from Paris. So we'll see how I go. I'm not saying I'm not going. I'm not saying I'm going. We'll see what happens, but I'm very, very excited to hear it's there. If you do want to go, they announced in the announcement post that tickets are going to go on sale on February 13th and 14th. So we still got about a week until tickets go live, but we have a confirmed prize pool and date. We have a new development in the extremely weird situation I was talking about in a recent video where players were getting disqualified from FNCS for stream sniping, despite them never having stream sniped, apparently never been accused of stream sniping, and Epic not telling them what they did or why.
That's
These
crazy.
Players are now being put back on the leaderboards. I have no clue what's happening. In case you guys didn't watch my video, I'll sum it up very quickly. A bunch of teams just got disqualified from groups after qualifying because they were stream sniping, but they weren't banned. They weren't getting punished for anything other than being disqualified. All of them promised they didn't stream snipe. They've been reaching out to Epic for days now with no results, and now apparently they've been put back on the leaderboards and are eligible to play in FNCS, but the players don't even know if this is a mistake or not yet, because since they weren't banned, there's really nothing to go off in-game other than whether the tournament is locked or unlocked, which quite often doesn't open up until right before the tournament anyway. But why would these players be put back on the leaderboard if they were taken off and never should have been on there? And even yet, if Pablo, Bevies, and Kiro, for example, one of the teams is back on leaderboard, can now play in Group 2, what does this mean for players who are disqualified from Group 1 just because they didn't get put back on in time? They missed Group 1, but the Group 2 and 3 players are now fine. I have no clue. One of, if not the biggest mystery in comp for me right now, one of the most confusing situations I've ever seen in this.
I think FSC just started, bro. They have like this problem going around, and imagine people organizing it's gonna be a nightmare, and also the players too. And it's always other things, like some things can't go really smoothly the right way. There's always gonna be like one bump in the road that's mess up everything and just get ruined the flow.
This game's history is just getting more confusing. All right, now let's talk about the tournaments. Let's kick off with the Solo Cash Cup finals on NA. And if you watch this, you know what I'm going to talk about. Someone finally put a stop to Peterbot's run, and it was none other than Reet, which I feel like not only did Reet need this win, I feel like controller players around the world needed this win. After week 1, having Reet and Teeny both not make it out of groups, pretty much the two most notable controller players of the last couple years in competitive Fortnite, being kind of carrying, you know, the claims that controller players can still place really highly on the top regions, both of them struggling, and then Reet coming out and winning the Solo Cash Cup finals by 2 points, only just beating out Peterbot, which is just ridiculous. This would have been Peterbot's 3rd official win. Should have been 4 if he didn't get stream sniped by the cheaters in the first week. So honestly, Peterbot absolutely decimating solos, but Reet showed up and performed really well. He won 3 of his 8 games, and he got a 0 elim 3rd in the very last game that had Peterbot in it. Peterbot got a 2 elim 6 to come 2nd, and they actually fought each other. At the very end of the game, Peterbot went for high ground. Reet managed to hold it. Peterbot went down without taking it. If Pete took out Reet right there in that moment, he would have won the Cash Cup. Or if he got anyone else eliminated, he would have won the Cash Cup. But Reet just edged him out. It was a phenomenal tournament to watch. We had Mason in 3rd, a very underrated performance, come back from his holiday and already absolutely dominating now in FNCS and in the Solo Cash Cups. Unfortunately, I believe 4th place is cheating. Then we had Muzz in 4th on 341 points, and then Sphinx on the tie.
Oh, 4th place is cheating.
Breaker in 5th on 341. So right now, Sphinx and Muzz have both been insanely consistent. Sphinx, Cooper, and Vidil, I've talked about them every single week with how good they are in solos. That trio is dominating solos. Vidil, you'll see a little bit further down the leaderboard. Unfortunately, Vidil had the chance to win the entire Cash Cup and got a super long queue in the last game. He got a 7+ minute queue to get into his last game, or not get into his last game, which is really unfortunate, because not only did a game start about 30 seconds before he got out of his game with all the top players like Reet, Peterbot, they were all in the same game, Vidil also had another queue pop in that 7 minutes that only started for players who were on 240 points and below. So because he was above 300, he didn't get the game. Despite players who around that 240 points ended up making money. They jumped up into the earnings. It was just Vidil got stuck in a really, really unlucky skill-based matchmaking scenario that we've talked about a lot with solos. The solos seems to be a battle of having a bit of luck with the queues. You either gamble it and play your last game out and try and hope for a short queue to get enough points, or you back out early like Vidil thought he did with 7 minutes and still not get a game. He did only miss it by 30 seconds, but that was tragic. Despite this, Sphinx and Vidil continue their trio's insane consistency right now in solos. Cooper didn't do as well as usual. He got 19th place overall, but he was extremely sick. He pretty much ended stream after the first couple of games saying he wanted to throw up. So we'll give Cooper a pass on that one, but really, really good performance. We had Yapko coming in 7th place, or I believe 6th. Really, really good performance from Yapko, who's been a bit quiet so far in solos. Threats also did extremely well. We had Ages up there, Noxy, Batman, Booga. We had Hari again, Hari earning yet again on EUPing in an NA solo Cash Cup. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, moving over to EU. This was a rough one. If you watched the EU Solo Cash Cup, you already know what I'm going to talk about. Unfortunately, there were a lot of cheaters. Like, it felt like I was watching a zero build tournament. At one point, 7 of the top 7, the entire top 7 in a row, all of them were cheating. The whole
God
leaderboard.
damn.
I'm not talking like, you know,
Getting crazy out of
they
hand,
weren't
bro.
like a really well-known pro. They
Real.
only had like a few thousand earned. I'm talking like almost undoubtable cheaters. At one point, I checked the top 3, and the top 3 combined had only 12 events where they've ever placed inside the top 10,000. And now they were first, second, and third on the biggest, hardest region of solos. So it was a little bit rough. There was a lot of pros complaining on the timeline, so I feel like this finals is going to be a hard one to judge on just how good some of the players were, but it makes it even more impressive that the 14-year-old Romanian Demon Shark managed to get the win on 374 points. He managed to beat out literal cheaters. Not only beat them on the leaderboard, beat them in-game as well, and managed to avoid them or take them down to stay doing that well. Really, really good performance from Shark. He is obviously playing alongside Zhu and Ziandy. I've been gassing them up a whole bunch this season. They are already qualified 2 grand finals. Shark might be the future of EU right now, handling the pressure and doing it on stream, by the way. Shark did this all live on his Twitch channel. He usually streams on YouTube. Apparently there's a bigger Romanian audience on YouTube, but he is back on Twitch now as well. I'll put his link in the description down below if you want to check him out. Really fun player to watch, extremely good. I'm super excited to see how that team does in grand finals. Second place, I'm pretty sure was cheating. We had Cringe do really, really well as well. Then we had Malabuka. Malabuka has been so unbelievably consistent right now in solos across EU and NA. Then we had Teeny. So Teeny doing really well while Reet was doing well. I did talk just then about how controller players are losing a lot of faith right now. Even Reet himself saying that if he doesn't make grands through last chance, he wants to switch to mouse and keyboard. But we have a good solo cash cup for controller players because we had Teeny and Moneymaker rounding out the top 5. Moneymaker's been a little bit quiet now. Moneymaker didn't stream this off content. Apparently off stream Moneymaker is a different beast. Then we had Panzer, who did really, really well last week. Also, again, doing very well this week. Unfortunately, had a similar issue running into a couple of cheaters like he did last week. Then we also had Tayson at the top there. Lucy as well. Kurama, another controller player, doing really, really well. We had Fant. We had Velry. ADN, if you guys don't know, yes, that is like Chapter 2 GOAT ADN. He has come back and he's been playing in all of the competitive tournaments alongside Michael. It's been really, really fun to see the OGs come back and pop off. I'm loving seeing them dominate and doing it in solos as well. Then we had Marius, Mumsy, and a few other really, really big names. Again, worth mentioning, I didn't make a video after opens, but Mongol and Savage, both of them did not make the finals. I don't want to say they were cheaters, but I've never seen someone get bailed out so hard as Savage did. Savage, every single fight, would have a player on like 10 HP and they'd hit the most ridiculous 180 max pump I have ever seen. Mongrel ended up only being 1 place away, so Mongrel doing really, really well, just missing out on the solo finals. I'm not super worried the fact that both of them did make finals for anything of what this means for FNCS. Both of them are looking really solid. Mongrel almost qualled. Savage got really unlucky, so I'm not panicking based on the way they played, especially when Panzer is absolutely dominating solos right now. Now, I spoke about groups a little bit earlier. We do have groups 2 and 3 the day after each other. I'm going to talk about groups 2 now, and I'll talk about groups 3 in my next video after I recap groups 2 as a little bit of like a teaser. NA group 2 is looking incredibly stacked. This is by far the most stacked group on either region because we have P Cold and Ritual, Buka Aviv and Threads, Vidil Cooper Sphinx, we got Skittles, Chimp and Victor V, we got Rise Muzz and Yapko. We've got some extremely good teams. That's already 5 teams who I would be extremely surprised.
Oh yeah, chat. Oh yeah, chat. That's all. Once in my landing spot, I think right here, Bird, and this little island like right here. Good. It's a good landing spot, especially right here on this right here near the edge where Demon's Dojo is. Pretty good spot. Good loot, and Bird, you get everything: loot, slurp barrels, and a slurp truck. This island right here, so you get good loot and some slurp barrels and some launch pads for a quick getaway.
If all of them don't make finals. Again, there's 10 spots up for grabs, but we know there's going to be a few underrated teams taking victory royales, or at least we're expecting based on how EU and NA Group 1 went. But you got to remember the Eval Cup that took place this week, we had Peter, Cold, and Ritual win 2 of the games, and we had Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx win 1 of them. The other one was won by Clicks, who isn't playing in this group. Obviously, he's already in Grand. So with 5 wins up for grabs and 5 spots of consistency, I'm really excited to see how this plays out. I mean, P, Cold, and Ritual, it'll be a shock if they don't win one of the 5 games. I'm guessing if they don't, it's because they're going to keep playing the tournament out to make sure no one goes Flooded Frogs, because if they win game 1, someone takes Flooded Frogs, they can qual grands and might think, hey, let's go Flooded Frogs. And Pete's a team that is honestly doing so well right now, they could probably deliberately not win a game and still guarantee they qual. Like, let's be honest, it would be a massive shock for them not to qual. But it's Fortnite. You never know. They, throw game 1 deliberately. Their game 2 maybe doesn't go the best. They like have a couple bad fights. Maybe they do okay. They can't get the win. But then game 3, someone crashes. Game 4, I mean, what am I saying? They're gonna make it, but you know what I mean. Like, maybe they're gonna be a little bit scared to not just instantly throw the game. We'll see, maybe. But you gotta imagine Pete's gonna get a win. The Deal Cooper Sphinx are almost definitely gonna get a win. I think we still do have other teams like Macwood, Cam, and Bacon, who I think are a very underdog team. Macwood is qualified to grand finals through so many reboot round style tournaments. He is extremely good in these situations. Rise, Muzz, and Yapko, if they get a good zone, especially out of Shadow Span, could easily pull off a win.
Peter, Cole, and Ritual.
We haven't heard too much about
Ritual. I've seen them play before. I think they got for NA. Really ain't get first game.
It's Booga. Booga, V, and Threats are a phenomenally good team who obviously, even if none of them are playing the game at all, haven't touched it the whole season, they'll still make grands unless something goes horrifically wrong. Now, we have some fun spawn fights to watch as well. We have 3 teams trying to claim Demon's Dojo. We have Pastor Jack, Phenom, and then Freak's team trying to go Demon's Dojo. It's going to be very interesting to see how that one plays out. We have Avery up against Sinetto down at Lost Lake, trying to go Clix's drop spot right now. We then have Plaz and Day going out at Twinkle Terrace. We have Whiffy Wharf being contested by Nut and then Maxo. We have Cyrus and Zerx trying to go the south mountain split just towards the south of Canyon Crossing. So most of the big teams are uncontested, with a few decent teams being contested. If Broken's team gets a win, for example, off spawn and has a good game, I could easily see them win a game out of Brutal Boxcars. We have Decay versus Jay.
I'll be right back, chat, and get some more coffee. I need to wake up. Yeah, I just woke up. Right back.
Over at Kappa Kappa Factory, but I think there's a few teams that could sneak through here. I think I would love to see Freeze, Hydra, and Webster take a win out of here, or maybe get a top 5 of consistency. Sparebo's team, Sparebo, Zackles, and Joe have shown the potential they can get top 5 consistency, maybe a win if they have a really, really good game. But I think the underdog team I'm expecting to maybe take a win with this many Titans in the lobby is probably going to be Macwood, Cam, and Bacon. Moving over to EU Group 2, most people have their eyes on EU Group 3, but I still think there's some really good teams in Group 2. Obviously, we have Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, and they are uncontested at Seaport. It's been really hard to gauge how good Queasy's team is this season because they've been getting contested. They've been winning the spawn fight considerably, overwhelmingly. Like, they have won almost every single time they've been contested at Seaport, but being contested, slowing it down, especially in a big POI like Seaport, it really does slow down your gameplay, and even if you win the spawn fight, it could really affect your game. So seeing them uncontested is going to be really, really fun to watch. I would be extremely shocked if they weren't to qualify. We have Pink, Nebs, and Chino going Demon's Dojo uncontested. That is a very good team that could take this one home. We have Yanis, Noah Riley, and Chap over at Master Meadows. We have Strapped, Hellfire, and Skrill, which I think is a very underrated chance of getting a victory out from Kappa Kappa Factory. We have Ilusha, Nefrizzi, and Starkus down at Hopeful Heights. Far edge of the map drop, but they are uncontested. We do have some big fights. We have Volko, Fastroki, and Ankido, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, up against Andalex, Sato, and Marco at Night Shift. We have a triple contestation for Warriors Watch. Have no idea why Warriors Watch is so hot. We have Albaxna, Kind Call's team as well, and they're currently going to be going the Dam. Now, the reason why I'm hyping this team up so much...
Oh, right now. Here we go. Oh, no. Let's wait a little bit.
Is because Albaxna is one of 2 female players, as far as I'm aware, in groups across EU and NA. We have Somerset playing on NA, and we have Albaxna playing on EU. I really hope Alba can qualify here to Grands. We have never seen a female player make Grands, at least on EU and NA, so I'm really, really excited to see if
Alba it could be
can
first. Never seen a yeah.
At least on EU and NA, so I'm really, really EU. I really hope Alba can qualify here to Grands. We have never seen a female player make Grands, at least on...
Oh, hey, it could be history could be made. You know, first female. Shout out to the Fortnite female. There's for real. Probably his history will be made first time. and after that, will be you're gonna probably see more females make ground. Or hell, maybe win FNCS for the first time. I want to see it. I want to see it. I'm here for it.
On EU and NA, so I'm really excited to see if Alba can be the first one to do that. She earned in solos early this season. She's been doing really well. It would be exciting for the female comp scene to have that placement and make a grand finals. We also have our all trio French team of gentle mates, Akira, Podesai, and Xweezy. Now that I've found out that the LAN is going to be in France, I really want some French teams to make it to the finals, especially a triple French team signed to gentle mates. That would be amazing for the crowd vibes. They're dropping Lost Lake, a very strong POI, and also going to be getting the gas station for the extra metal nearby. We have Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse. I don't think Nathan gets enough hype for being one of, if not the best controller players on EU right now. Now that Teeny started struggling, Nathan and CZB were doing really well in duos. Put Eclipse with that, and the trio was looking very good out of Twinkle Terrace. Outside of a team that I think could maybe pull off an underrated win, I could see Noms. We have Noms, Rizoy, and Grippe. They're going up against Memo's team at Flooded Frogs. That is a very good POI for a very good team that could definitely take a top 5. Being contested is going to be hard for the consistency, but I think the win definitely could do it for Grippe's team as well. It's going to be a fun group. I know most people have their eyes on Group 3 because of Mongrel, Savage, and Panzer, but I do think EU Group 2 is going to be very exciting. There are a lot of big names in here who could fall short because I think while it doesn't have a lot of the massive stuff.
Here we go. Here FNCS starting right now. This is a Group 2, EU Group 2. Oh, let's get it. Let's go. We get some predictions within chat, or like the who's gonna win, or do you have like you have your like if you want to tell me if your favorite Fortnite team is playing, write it, like put it in the chat. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Group 2, Group 1 which was last week, and Group 2 is today. Group 3 will start tomorrow. Major 1 finals will start on February 15th. I think it's gotta be on a Saturday, right? It'll make sense to just have it each major just line up even on Saturday. Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. Major 1 finals day 1 starts on the 15th, is on a Saturday, and yeah, Major 1 finals day 2 is on 16th, a Sunday. So this is how it is. This is the format, chat. That's how it is. Oh. All right. Oh, sorry. I have to adjust the volume because it's a habit. Sometimes my game or video audio it's louder than my mic. I'm trying to make it just so be equal. Is it day 1 10? Yes, 10 games.
After an explosive start,
It's day 1. I think that last week 10 games, right? Yeah, it was.
Their spot in the grand finals. Let's take a closer look at how 2 of our trios qualified ahead of this weekend's games. The Romanian Ziandi and Shark qualified through to grand finals with their trio mate Dew after an incredible last game finish, made possible by this one tree. This trio land at Canyon Crossing, which is widely believed to be one of the weaker drop spots on the map. With slow farming metal and how it's quite literally in a canyon, you're susceptible to getting shot at from above. Because of this, the trio leave with fairly low materials, no storm surge damage,
I'm pretty sure it
and
starts,
only one
guys, about,
void mask
let's see a
between.
spot starting
To
in
get
7
them down
minutes,
to
it says.
materials, their strategy is to camp in areas where they know teams will run by to try to catch someone off guard. This is a risky strategy, since if it doesn't pay off, then they've wasted valuable time. After hearing some shots in the distance, they sneak over to Shogun Solitude. Ziandi positions himself hidden right behind a tree and gets ready to
Oh yeah,
attack,
I've seen
while
people
Jim and Shark
doing this
are
like
waiting
camping and just keep taking
Seconds
one pump.
later, Tobko runs
Boom.
up to farm the tree when Ziandi pounces,
Either hide behind
catching him
trees,
off
rock,
guard
or the
and
dark
picking up an
like in dark
easy
corner
elimination. After this,
of a
Shark and Jim
POI.
come on over just as Ziandi eliminates Tropex as well. This sneaky double elimination get this team around
Are we gonna see that
600
again
damage,
here
triple
today?
void mask, and basically max materials that they couldn't get from their drop spot. This sets them up for the entire game, allowing them to position
And like anything could happen.
and not needing to overpeak for storm surge damage, therefore saving heals and mats for the late game. Like in this position here, they're nearly 600 damage above the threshold, mostly because of the off-spawn eliminations, and can just chill inside of their box. In a crazy turn of events, this trio then find an elimination in the 6th zone onto Fishy, the final member of the trio that they eliminated off-spawn, who was scrambling for Surge after reboosting his teammates. This and a couple of other elims set this team up for the endgame, where they were able to play out their mats on the low to mid ground layers until in the top 3, where they can triple mask onto height and close out the game in style, qualifying them to the grand finals for Major 1, all because of this one tree.
That's crazy, bro. Yeah, for real. What do you say? Same thing. You know, I was just waiting, camping one tiny spot of POI. First, I seen the tree, dark corner, for POI. I think a rock. Man, I think it's unpredictable. And look at that. Look at the format. 1,000 points. If you get first place, that's a guaranteed spot. You make it to the next round. For real. Look at that. Look at the scoreboard. Yeah, yeah, for real. So it is. If you get first place, that's your one-way ticket. Like, you're all set. Like, probably, you get first place, you don't have to worry about anything. You can just fuck around in FNCS, because you already got your spot. Everything else is just chill, free time. You're just playing for fun. Yeah. So they set bar so really hard for first place, so people just like climbing, crawling for it. I think see, I recognize a few names: Queasy, Mustache, Mate, Queasy from Twisted Mind, Mate, Mustache. Let's see, I'll find them and see if I recognize some of them. Oh, Ping, I know Ping. Same watch and play before. I think that's it. Well, this is EU. I only watch like a few EU players. Most of I watch NAs. I recognize something from EU. Let's see. Yeah, this is trios chat. You got any favorites? All right, 2 minutes left. I bet if I found a little groggy because I woke up not too long ago. So getting prepared for the day. So I got my coffee. Always need it. Like, this is my starter fuel. Yeah, I want to say again, I'm slowly progressing back into getting morning streams. So yeah, I expect a lot more morning streams from me. I believe should start off from like between 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I'm gonna start streaming more early in the morning. Yeah, for me, yeah, I will try to. I always try to cut down on night streams, because at nighttime I like to have some free time to myself, and because I have a good sleep schedule, and I don't want to ruin it. If you have a good sleep schedule, keep it in check and tight. Don't ruin it for anything else. Always get your 8 hours for real. Most important. I think yeah, anything less than that, like the minute you wake up, if you get less than 8 hours of sleep, the minute you wake up, you're gonna feel extremely tired. Like you don't want to do anything. Like you don't want to get out of bed whatsoever. Yeah. Like less than 8 hours. The only thing in your mind is not getting out of bed, eating, and of course doing your business in your bathroom. But you get more than 8 hours, you're ready for the day. Like whatever you got going on, you will have the energy. You get your full 8 hours of sleep. That's for me. For me, I got plenty of stuff done. And during those times, I was doing my work. I didn't feel tired at all. I didn't feel like oh my god, as soon as I want to go to bed. Nope. Go get my full 8 hours. So yeah, reminder, get your full 8 hours. Get your full 8 hours of sleep, bro. Here we go. One. Oh yeah, when in terms of like I stop streaming at night, like if I start up say like in the morning, but if I'm doing a stream that's gonna take a lot long, or like right now, because probably gonna be like 48 hours. I don't think it's count as night stream because I'm starting from the day, and the day goes on until night. But I end at night.
Finals. It is going to be a fantastic time. Let's get your analyst in here. You know him, you love him. It's 11-2K. It's Mini Miner. My friends, it is so great to be hanging out with you guys again. How y'all doing?
Friend Zeke, you left us? What? Look at this guy crawling.
All right, match one starts at 15 minutes.
Abandoning us for NA, but now he's back on the bear region, so it's good to have you back.
Oh, we got Mike's problem right there.
Guys, I am here hanging out on a region of all time, and it's great. It's great to be hanging out with you guys for the day. I'm not going to say the better region, because we all know which the better region is, and that's okay. That's totally fine. Welcome, Fortnite fam. It's great to see all of you. In case you missed it, I don't know if you saw, there's a big announcement that was just made, and we are going to Lyon, France for the FNCS Global Championship. It is going to be a fantastic time. I can't wait to be hanging out with the French community. I mean, and it's going to be so much fun to see even just a snippet of that with the Gentle Mates, right? Back in 2023, I mean 11, to get a stadium of that?
I mean, it's gonna be mental, Zeke. Like, French fans sort of just do it differently, right? I don't want to start, nation, battles, but I feel like they do it better than anyone else, if I'm being honest with you. I'm a Rocket League enjoyer myself, Zeke, right? And over there, I've seen their fans, the French fans over there do amazing things. And like you say, the idea of having a full stadium of just French Fortnite fans just going crazy.
It was top last year globals and Texas.
Already.
You gotta check your mic, bro.
Yeah, like, you know, in that moment, like, just think about the first victory round that happens, right? And the stadium is just like, ah, we're like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be so
I think rules. I think
fun.
like
man, let's talk
how
about
can they
some
top
of the,
this? It's gonna be on their minds.
Let's go ahead and highlight
See
some of
what's
these
it.
trios
I think
for
it
us.
was
Today.
pretty
Let's start with
big.
NAC,
I saw
a
it.
long time prominent
But
member
the thing
of
is,
the
who's
French
gonna
community.
win?
What can we expect to see from this player today?
Oh, I mean, we're talking about potentially the GOAT of French Fortnite, right? This guy's longevity is unmatched.
He's reason.
NAC has done it on so many
You're gonna
different
have to
levels.
go.
And, you know, when you look at French Fortnite right now, there's an argument to be said that, you know, things haven't been going as smoothly for them. But if you think things are going to get better, you'd think Anderlecht will be a part of it, right? He made it to the Global Championships last year playing with Sato. And as a whole, right, that trio now that they picked up Marco, who's not French, by the way, but still part of the French, you know, trio in that sense. Yeah. You know, they're looking all right, not looking maybe as strong as some of the other premier trios in the region, but I think they have a chance in this group today. And if Anderlecht is leading and doing what we know he can, you know, I think they got a good chance of making it to the Major One finals for sure, Zeke.
Okay, I like that. I mean, like you said, he already has some of that experience, right? He's made it to the Fortnite Global Championship before, so I'm excited. And all we have to do today, right, is either a victory royale or place top 5 in terms of consistency. The experience alone that Anderlecht has, I believe, will be enough to carry them through the distance. But there's also a couple other trios we want to highlight, like his old partner, X-Squeeze, who's now partnered up with Akira and Podesai. These guys are landing over at Lost Lake. I mean, what else can you tell me about this trio?
Yeah, I mean, that trio I'm very excited about. The one thing I would say, just quickly on Anderlecht, right, is he's got two great talents with him, right, in Sato and Marco, a lot of firepower to help him. But this trio is a trio with a lot of firepower as well, right? You mentioned Anderlecht's experience. X-Squeeze and Podesai.
Oh, we got 10 minutes left. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta make sure I'm all good before the match one starts. I'll be right back.
With one of the best trios in the region in Kamisei Ichari. You know, I mentioned the nation battles before, Zeke. It's been a lot of Poland versus France, it feels like, in the Fortnite EU scene recently. And unfortunately, this trio hasn't been on the best end of that, right? Kamisei Ichari have sort of been bossing them off spawn, if we're being quite honest. The good thing is, in Group 2, these guys are uncontested. They have Lost Lake to themselves, and if you ask any, you know, analyst in the world of Fortnite, anybody who knows what they're talking about, they're going to tell you uncontested Lost Lake is a great position to be in, you know, a group stage of FNCS. So I feel like these guys definitely, you'd expect them to qualify through today. If they didn't, it'd be a bit rough. The only problem, Zeke, is that it's actually quite hard to gauge how good these guys will be uncon, because we just haven't seen it, right? Like, it feels like every time we've watched them, whether it be in a divisional final or an eval, they're contested against Kami and Seti, and Kami and Seti just seem to be winning over and over again, right? So it's like, how good are they going to be uncon if they don't have the early damage, the early surge? I'd like to hope they'd still be able to figure it out.
Yeah, I think the score of spawn there is 9-2 in favor of the Polish lads, so it's not looking too great for the Frenchies at the moment. I have been really impressed though with Akira, with how he's been playing off spawn. He seems to be the light in the dark of that trio at the moment in terms of off spawn. And I'm seeing that in the mid to late game as well. He's one that's really popping off right now, and expecting to see more of that today.
Okay, and part of me kind of wants to see them get contested, right? Because I feel like having experience and being contested, maybe that allows you to punch back across, but I guess we'll see shortly, right, to see how this unfolds. We want to highlight two more trios, so let's bring up a drop map to kind of lay and set the scene a little bit. The first trio we do want to talk about is Floki and Clement. These guys are landing at Magic Mosses, but we're also looking at Pumped Power as well.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Two more French trios in this lobby that I think a lot of people will be rooting for to make it to the finals. Floki, Clement, Sloxe, what a great position to be in. Magic Mosses uncontested is an amazing spot for them, so I think they'll definitely be on a lot of people's list to qualify. But unfortunately, Mini, Kurama, Rerex, and Mez, as good as they are as a trio, they are contested here. They're going to be contested by Demus, Pix, and Dom, and Demus, Pix, and Dom is a very strong trio. It's another example of Poland versus France, right? Because we have a Polish trio in Demus versus a French one in Kuramas. And again, another instance where I feel like you probably favor the Polish trio off spawn here, Mini. What do you think so far?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right there. I think the French trio, they got together in week 5. It hasn't quite been smooth sailing for them. And for the Polish lads, those guys have actually managed to win a divisional final, right, in week number 2. So it's a team that's landing in a very good drop spot with a good history of off-spawn wins, and they're in form at the moment. I think it's going to be rough for the French lads there off-spawn. But, I mean, anything is possible, right? In this format, all you need is one win, one making it off-spawn, and one good endgame.
I like it. Like, it's okay. With all these kind of trios set up,
right,
which one do we think could make it, right? Either through the Victory Royale or consistency?
So it'll be tough. I think when I look at Anderlecht, because I was bigging them up so much, they are contested off spawn at night shift. But the thing is, if they can win one of those off spawns, night shift is a great spot to play out. The early damage, the early surge they'd have from that would, hopefully propel them into a win. But it'll be tough being contested.
I'm looking at Floki Clement's locks there. I remember when Floki and Clement played with Disipdos all the way back in the day. They were sort of that low to mid ground team, very consistent at making endgames, and I expect no less of the same today from what I've been seeing from them this season.
Ooh, you guys got me excited for some games, but first, why don't we introduce your casters? It's Tokata and the best taco. Viva la France!
Thanks so much, Zeke and the Des. But yeah, no, it really has been awesome, Takata, seeing all of the love that the French community has been showing for that global championship announcement in Lyon. But we've even got non-native French players that are going to be represented by these French orgs, right? So Nathan from the UK, but being represented under Havoc GGs. And for anybody that's been following along in EU, you know about Nathan. With the dual representation, even a controller player that's been trying to go crazy, Takata. And not only that, but Waz's watch parties of this trio, Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse, you could definitely expect to see some big things from these guys.
Oh yeah, pure excitement from those watch parties. But another name you can't leave out, Merstache on Gentle Mates, one of the most iconic teams or organizations in the French region. Obviously playing with Queasy and Swizzy. Now this is a trio taco that I cannot see only qualifying to the major finals, but winning the whole thing. I mean, they have 8 FNCS wins already. Why not make it 9?
Yeah, hard not to have a conversation with Queasy's trio in it, and I think that's a perfect reason to take it back over to the desk.
Man, I mean, they just went ahead and just said, what's the best trio right now that we can talk about? Queasy, Merstache, and Swizzy. These guys are probably the best trio in this group as it stands. And I mean, when you just kind of look at some of these names, I mean, longtime EU fans, you know Queasy, you know that name. And when you got the king of height in the lobby, everyone else has to be scared.
Absolutely. I mean, how can you not be, right? A team full of champions, right? All 3 of them FNCS champs, all 3 of them a gulf of experience, and a great situation to be at, right? Uncontested at Seaport. As good as they are, they have had some weird off-spawn battles at Seaport at times this season, Mini. But uncontested at Seaport, they'll be licking their lips. This is an absolute breeze, a walk in the park you'd expect for them the next 5 games.
Yeah, definitely. I've been looking back at some of their divisional finals. They've been uncontested some weeks, contested other weeks. As you mentioned, they've had a few difficult off-spawn situations, but now uncontested today. Also with the fact that, of course, Pump Power to the north is contested, as we just mentioned. Opportunities for them to not get looked at for Surge, and also for them to look at for Surge as well. And even that split towards the south, the Rolling Hills down towards the south, they're actually contested as well. So whether or not that team will come in, I don't think it's going to happen. So Queasy and his trio are going to have so many opportunities here to get some Storm Surge tanks.
That is terrifying, right? That's what you don't want. You don't want someone to be uncontested, and you don't want them to have their choice, right? Hey, what do we have? What do we have access to? Where's the zone? Let's just go contest that spot over there. We have so many options. That is crazy to see. We wanted to highlight Queasy's IGN capabilities. We actually have some raw data to show you guys from the play-in save. Just kind of show off how much Queasy is contributing to this trio by himself. I mean, just look at this brick farm. 45% of the trio. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the stars of the show are Swizzy and Mustache, right? They're the ones you pay the money to watch, right? They're the flashy ones, the high-flying ones. But Queasy's the GOAT IGL, and to be honest with you guys, I'm not going to sit here and praise him, because this is his job. Do you know what I mean? I'm not watching these guys. If I had Mustache and Swizzy on my team, of course I'm farming half the maps, right? I want to give them all the chance, all the time to get as much damage as possible. And yeah, Queasy isn't contributing with eliminations. He isn't contributing much with damage, but he is going to be the one putting Mustache and Swizzy in the best positions to thrive and be successful.
All right, jump back.
Yeah, we're seeing a few trios nowadays sort of have these sort of fluid roles in terms of who does what, who takes over at what point, who's tarping here and there. And I think in this trio, we just have those set, defined roles. IGL, 2 fraggers, 2 players that are going to pick up eliminations. Queasy's going to be leading the way the whole way, which is so crucial to their success,
all right,
especially
2
in game
minutes.
and on high, of course.
And you know, you mentioned roles.
Mic check.
Roles are so important in trios, right? And I think it doesn't.
Like all good? Like all good?
Support, just like in different like scenarios in the game, when the game's in a different game state, understanding what the roles are, these guys do that, I feel like, better than anybody else, right? Zeke, you mentioned Queasy being the high ground king. Let's watch one of these games from high ground, because we're going to see them on height at some point in this lobby. 100%. That's what these guys do. Another thing these guys do is they play for island a lot. The island can spawn on a bunch of different positions, but in a lot of them, these guys want to play for the island. You're going to see them up here.
Yeah, let's see.
So many maps,
Man, don't end up on the Shogun Island. I've seen a lot.
End up saving so many materials.
It's a good spot. You can get your shots. No one can get to you. And if they can get to you, they'll take a while because that's the flyer on the glider in the air, and by that time you get reach the people on the island, you've been shot down.
And they can just, you know, completely mow through the rest of the lobby. And the big thing here is that, like, roles are still important even when they're playing for height. You see Swizzy and Mustache maybe being a bit more aggressive, looking for refreshes, looking for more maps for them to be able to keep height, while Queasy spends a lot of his time putting them, you know, tarping them ahead, looking for teams to pressure. The roles are clear. If the roles aren't clear on height, things get confusing.
Yeah, it's just so important to have those roles. And I think last week in group number 1, we saw a few instances, and one instance in particular that we'll look at right now, where roles haven't necessarily been quite as defined, where things haven't quite gone the way that the team would have expected, all because of those roles. We can see Pixel's trio, the exact same situation. They're up on height, they're saving all the materials as Levin just broke down. They've got so much materials, so much surge, and are able to take height here in this zone. But look at this, Pixelski also trying to tarp ahead, not pressuring down, making sure that nobody can come up. It's not happening for this trio. And then look at this, now Pixelski's all the way at the back of the tarp, not connecting because they haven't got those set defined roles, Levin, that are making them actually successful on height and ensuring that no one else can chop them down or indeed go up. And I think that was the downfall for them that game. And it just shows how roles are so important, why Queasy's trio do it so well, and with him in front and him in charge, and other trios don't quite find the same success because they don't have those roles defined.
That is so crazy. I love that kind of A and B, right?
Actually, I thought I leaked something
so well. We only have a few moments here, so what do we think? What are we hoping to see out of these next 5 games?
Hopefully, Queasy doesn't win like the first game. I want to see a couple games from them. So hopefully, like, they just win like the 5th one and like they have some fun for the rest of them.
Queasy game 1 win. That's happening. I'm recording it right now.
Well, Fortnite fam, let's get into it. This is game number 1. So, Captures,
let's get it. Let's go. Let's go, bro. See this.
Thank you, Zeke. Look, quick reminder, if you missed Group 1, it was a Spanish trio that took home Game 1, and we've got another one competing here today. Now,
I think one for Spain. I can remember.
Time will tell. Quick reminder for those that missed the first group, it is going to be 5 matches that are played out today to qualify to the major finals.
Matches.
Either get that victory royale on one of the 5 matches, or
I thought it was 10 before.
on the consistency leaderboard. Taco, any expectations for game number 1?
Yeah, any predictions, chat? If you do, let's see them. See those predictions in the chat.
In terms of teams that we didn't see actually find their way towards that Major 1 final, so it's going to be a tough day. We've got 5 lobbies to essentially dictate what's going to happen, and I think most importantly of all, height is certainly going to be a heavy topic of conversation.
I mean, it will be, but with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache in the lobby, you saw Levin talking about it. If they're able to get that Rift Island, if they're able to conserve the materials needed during those final zones, it's going to be a red alert for all the other trios in the lobby, especially
let's start it. Let's go. I want to see this.
The battle bus is heated up, engine started. Let's get right.
Wonder if can top last week's EU. Let's see those plays. Okay, game 1, group 2.
And just like that, Group 2, lobby 1 of 5 to start us off here, Dakota. But you know what I do have to make a call for is the fact that Queasy, whenever he goes back, because he probably will go back and rewatch this, and he's going to hear Levin say, Game 5, hopefully, right? Like, really do be around in some of these circumstances.
Yeah, and speaking about, the contested trios. Based on the job map going into the second group of the day, Flooded Frogs was going to be contested here in a sense that Noms, Rizoi, and Gripey are kind of on the outskirts of it, but it looks like no very quick engagement off the bat.
Oh damn, I got some desert spawn deaths already.
Night shift for us as some of our teams start rolling in here for Strokey, hoping to get a glimpse of some of those late flyers, but not going to get the chance just yet. Try and look for an early knock. Buildings and territory being established. Andalex just trying to get a little material he can.
This spot right here is good too. Nice shape for the tower. Very good. Get some barrels, loot, top of the tower, and then also
the most advantageous position, whether it be an elevated
some shield barrels. And they got god chest.
Giving yourself that advantage to have better odds against the trio you're going up against. But when you lose a player so early on and you're put into a 2 versus 1, this just makes it that much more difficult to come out on top.
Best here, and Nafrizi just hoping to try and communicate with the rest of his team, give an indication of what direction it's coming from, but Rakuzan from above.
Remember, trio chat.
Be able to go for the double revive here. Bit of relief, but Splik still trying to reapply the pressure.
Wait. Oh no, bro! He tried a 1v3. Yeah. He tried to pull off a Donnie. Donnie like one last player named Donnie, and Eddie won last game on 1v3. Nah, bro, it's a 1v. Nah.
Pretty quick cleanup, but issue is if you have Karma running away.
It was too early for 1v3. He should just split. Also, one of his teammates was down.
And it looks like for this trio, it definitely is. I mean, you got the turtles here that do have rare chests on them. So that is a bit of extra loot that will be taken from them, but it looks like they might have just
the twin turtles.
Can't say that it's too surprising though that they would have those initial intentions. Another trio fight breaking out here though. This time it's gonna be Savari up against the likes of Clays, holding on to this tree for dear life, where he manages to create just a little bit of space here. Water Sprite should be a nice measure too to get the shields back and plentiful for Ricky's trio, but Clay's just drawing so much attention from other opponents, and it looks like the third party is starting to rain through.
Yeah, I felt danger in my spine when I saw that drone shot of all the trios in the surrounding area. I was like, this is not a good position to take a fight in. Back over to Lost Lake though, already 3 eliminations on the board. This is a trio that is looking quite comfortable starting it off.
Well, you also have to remember that this is Demus's trio. They were allegedly going to be towards that pumped power position, so for them to be at Lost Lake with a handful of eliminations there, Takada, might be tough scenes for Podesai's team. Have to check in whether or not they're even still floating around. Hanging on over in Seaport City, though, is the real talk of the town here. Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache. The desk highlighted it exceptionally well before everything kicked off, but we'll get back to that thought later because Nafrizi, the action is still going.
They're not done yet. They have 2 eliminations, 3 eliminations, sorry, but they want more.
Oh, they got it.
As they pick up that 4th.
Yeah, sorry, because if you're diving, you can't TP when you're diving on the water.
Reboot style matches
you have to serve this up for your portal
to qualify him
be at surface levels again. You can't teleport when you're diving on the water.
Starting off with 4 eliminations, Taco. Maybe
I learned that the hard way. By dying solo, Cash.
Well, we know that they're definitely going to need the surge just based off of last week. Teams were looking at around 2,000 necessary whenever those thresholds did come into play if they wanted to stay above it. So important eliminations gathered so far, and Nafrizi having so much experience in this style of format, maybe this could be the one where he finally manages to see things in a different light. Only time will tell, but this is just the first lobby, and it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish for these kinds of scenes.
100%. And if we're looking at trios that aren't as contested, like we saw Queasy earlier, and now we have Bank Nebs and Shino here, you really got to focus on not only looting incredibly quickly, but finding that Storm Surge, because if you're not battling anyone, you're not getting those early game pump shots, those early game tags right off your drop. It's all about your game plan, right? Your surge route. How can you find these opportunities to get that damage? Luckily enough, if you're able to get these Oni masks, allows you to not only move around much more efficiently, but also kind of split up in terms of the angles that you want to look for those tags, whether it be on a mountain or anywhere that you know some of your opponents are going to be rotating through.
I think having the uncontested Demon's Dojo, though, and opting to play, I think, a little bit more towards the dead side. So I think a lot of
we got we got Batman. Batman skin.
You can kind of play
Right.
around with, especially when you imagine that there's still going to be
I
some
love
teams
Bat.
hanging around like the
My favorite DC hero, bro.
potentially to maybe make up for some of that much needed surge.
Oh, can never go wrong with the Hollow
And
Twister. Very
surge,
good.
Still the intention here from Clement, just trying to see what he can actually gather.
The shots and accuracy is crazy on that AR.
I really want to see a strong
Real.
performance from
Or there's times where there was a gray Hollow Twister. If it had like a different AR, like a say a purple or gold, but there's a gray Hollow Twister, I'll switch it in a minute. I'll switch it instantly. That Hollow is the best AR. Great hitting clear shots for real. That's how good it is. I'm willing to trade, like if I had a different like a rare AR or legend, like either epic or like gold AR, I'll trade for a gray Hollow, gray, green, whatever. As long as I get a Hollow Twister, good AR.
That Major 1 Finals, Takata. We saw a lot of players really just trying to last-minute contest for height. Got some action as well taking place on the outskirts of the map. Batman, easy peasy elimination on the side there, and one more time, that's just critical damage that they need for later on.
Matching outfit with the name, I like to see it. As Shap Noah and Yanis are choosing more of the kind of surge base route of getting surge, you need to be not only looking for tags constantly throughout this mid game, but you also need to be farming up, because how quickly you loot and start looking for tags isn't enough time to get those capped mats you need, especially some of the more scarce materials like metal. So if you have a trio, you can even set up where both the Fraggers kind of look for tags a bit more, and this is a bit what Levin was talking about, and the IGLs will be a bit more focused on making sure your team gets as close to cap mats as possible.
Also looks like that deep rotation from Pink's trio starting to pay off. A couple of tags going in their favor from Nebs. Separate angles being held as well. Salase even off in the distance, but Nebs, Pink,
damn, I got beamed.
Nebs gonna be forced momentarily. He's
holy shit.
Support coverage that he needs for the rest of his team.
Was he trying to heal up too? Then boom.
Those resources.
Yeah, oh man.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, be careful. You gotta hard on it. Splashes, med kits, and pots.
But the
I
more
preserve those.
Zone, the further away it can pull. It's okay to play dead side if you.
I think sometimes like people will just try to kill you, shoot you. Just make sure just to make you waste your stuff, your resources, like your mats, your loot, your heals.
But the clock's ticking and the pressure's on, and there's an experienced trio that knows exactly that.
You just gotta know when to they have nothing.
Nebs just kind of starting to lead the way, but still wanting to make sure that he can hold.
Yeah, it's always like if you crack somebody, they're close to being like they're like couple shots, either one shot, couple.
Having just recently been knocked.
Anything in your mind by that time, yeah, this is your chance. On their mind, just healing up.
But as for the rest
that's when you attack.
Curious to see how it actually pans out. Have to expect that a 3 versus 2 though, Takata, that's going to be all Pink.
100%. Taking a look at Nathan and CZB. I love seeing these two players together.
We down.
Really quickly take a look at how that knock was made from Chino. What if they're going to continue forwards now as we kind of swoop back into the action? It looks like they are. The aggression's going to continue as now Chino is unable to connect the pump shot. As actually, I am mistaken, he did get the knockdown on Floki. Now it's just a 3 versus 1, so it should be a quick cleanup if they decide to chase, but I believe the solo has already gotten away.
the split angle positions from how Nebs and Chino play that in the first place to get that elimination onto Sloxe, and it's only going to get worse when you have the numbers advantage. Nebs even having a little bit of luxury here to be able to refarm some of these used materials. It would have been ideal if that fight could have been closed out just a little bit sooner here, Takata. There is going to be some issues I would expect for Pink's trio where they might get held a little bit on that next edge of zone, but at the same time, they can choose to just keep making deeper and deeper rotations now that they do have some confirmed surge damage.
Where's the guy alone? I don't think he's alone.
On the other hand, though, it's
all teammates should have no healthers. I don't see their health bars and shields.
Try and get his duo back in the game, but gonna be low on surge, low on loot, low on mats. It's gonna be a difficult battle to come back on as we take a look at Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy at their drop spot here, Seaport. Now, though, there are more trios around. One full trio.
Hellfire's team kind of got Janus breathing down their backs in the distance. I would almost say that he might have even got a little bit of an audio cue for us to what's going down in Seaport City. A little bit.
No, damn, we have a standoff going on, going back and forth here. We're going back and forth here. In the storm, too. Ooh, how far away are they?
They could see the surge bases as well.
Like, each trio doesn't want to move. Like, the taking precaution. That you gotta be 100% sure you're covered, bro.
Oh,
For real.
Goat IGL. Hopefully we can see a bit of that action in the high ground later during this match, but what you can also see happening in
I think one trio is splitting and giving up.
In the group stages, these players, especially the veterans, have studied who's dropping in the surrounding area and how they tend to
Shogun's Island. Here we go. Boom. We'll get it. I think that trio right there close is gonna get
trios off and try and look for some tags that way, but
it's risky.
Fourth zone. The Dojo's arena has appeared, Shogun Arena, as now we'll see who decides to kind of make
like go first. You ever stand up and say go first, go first.
Of the Shogun's Arena,
Oh my god.
Levin kind of drew towards my attention not too long ago, and that's
one person is there already.
That, I'm going to be looking for that Shogun's Arena
One person
every
going up.
single time, and obviously in this kind of circumstance, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to make his way there from Seaport City, from where we saw him getting a little bit held up in that slight fight. But for the rest of these teams, Takata,
Oh, we got another trio. Okay.
Rift Island can
Do that trio and
such
like
a
really in the front. We're
strong
gonna go get
position,
it.
depending on how the zone pulls towards it. But
Of course, we can get the Shogun medallion. Oh, so there we go. Got barrels.
Off of the island, depending on the timing sequence surrounding that.
I think the Shogun only attacks if you attack it first. Oh, there you go.
Don't finish eliminating the Shogun boss on the edge of the island, as his medallion could fall right
Just triple headshots with the ARs.
You gotta make sure to eliminate
That's how you kill the Shogun faster. If you do it solo, it could take a while, but if you have a trio, it's gonna be a lot more faster. And just aim for the head, and just spray on the head, bro. That's how that's the fast way to take it down.
Gonna be trying to claim that right now.
There you go. It's big one.
Gotta imagine that it's difficult for another team to try and challenge.
Yeah, make sure you'll be on the lookout.
I think they'll be waiting for Brownie's team to actually leave the Shogun's Arena territory.
Yeah.
And yeah, teams are just they're honestly just waiting for that Shogun's medallion, using some of the resources as well, some of those slip rails that are still on the island. Polo trekking his way up the mountain face.
Oh, watching. Oh my god, you make sure you watch your back. Box up. We enter another box, man. Box.
Expects he's not the only one lurking. Now he's gonna have to worry about his
Another one, God.
chopped out from under him. This Darka is just putting so much pressure.
Oh my god.
Gotta be careful.
Oh shit.
The Typhoon blades going right.
Yeah, what did I got walked into?
Only applying pressure, but also causing eyes.
Okay. Knocked one. Oh no, no. Can you get another one? 2 for 2? Oh. Knocked 2, but he went out. Or like, oh, I'll go down without a fight.
Last one standing. Will he be able to pick up his teammate here?
Okay.
All he needs is the one, because now they can look for the double revive, but it's might be too little too late. Brownie, Almaze flown down from the top of Shogun's Arena. Looks like they actually need this surge damage.
Shit, bro.
Underneath that current threshold. So they're getting ticked away. This fight might not be as in their favor as it initially appeared. Darkos has an opportunity to seriously turn this.
565 above, they have enough damage, but the issue is they've used so many mats on the most recent engagement.
I'll get those tags in. Gotta get tags in. Don't want to go out like this, especially in FNCS.
Fuzzy needs to force a fight here. 239 below, already lost a teammate, but on top of the hill, on this elevation, you're gonna have a lot of eyes on you. This is incredibly risky.
That one person got beamed right now.
I'm sure Almay's name popping up in the elimination feed is bound to have set off some light bulbs here for Team Haiku. And sure enough, starting to break through, starting to see where this leftover loot is at from Almay's having been eliminated by those surge ticks. And it doesn't appear as though they're going to have to worry for much longer. That trio just completely wiped essentially by the surge threshold itself.
Yeah, it's difficult. Brownie was a trio as well that has yet to make it to an FNCS finals, and you can see the struggle in these top tier lobbies, even if you're able to be the first one to Shogun's Arena. It's very difficult to continue that through the late game. As Shrap now has to be careful. The benefit of already having 1,000 damage, but having lost one of his teammates, as now the push continues.
And Kurama, things looking a little bit grim as well for this trio. It's down to just him and Werix. Trapped in Hellfire, they were able to get ample surge earlier on, tangoing with Queasy's
One's that? Oh, it's 2 down.
They are just finding themselves so caught in the mix of all these trios. Craig and Azako, though, fortunately enough, will be able to secure this double revive onto Scoozy, but they still have a long ways to go before they're inside the safety of the zone.
Yeah, this is 6th zone, which is the first kind of half in, half out, half the zone in the storm, half the zone out of the storm. This is a moment where you want to be kind of set on already getting a bit of damage, having enough loot, having enough mats, and being able to focus kind of on where these zones are going to be pulling. But the issue is for trios like Giannis, Noah, who've already lost one of their teammates and they're playing as a duo, it's likely they're lower on loot, lower on mats,
right into a one pump.
Risky plays, but sometimes odds might be in your favor. This is an option, an opportunity for Noah and Giannis.
All swords out.
One more.
Oh, twin swords here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought they were going to get it. Oh. Sing, sing, sing. Get your axe. Sing, sing.
He finds the knock. Dre can't swing for any longer, but you know as well, eliminated Noah. Riley is the for a reason, Takada, and he's holding it down, but it comes at such a steep price. Really be able to find this revive on Giannis? I don't think so, because too many other teams closing in.
Caught all that attention, showing what it means to be an FNCS veteran. Noah now is left alone. After back-to-back headshot pump shots, can he continue his wrath as now the pressure is onto him? A 1 versus 3 inside of the storm. This is not a position you want to be in, but there's not much options for Noah here.
What's it?
Just building for his life.
It was a 10 tick. It's a 10 tick? Oh, he's dead. Oh.
Players like Yell trying to reposition.
He believed he could fly. And he got shut down. Oh my.
When you find yourself just floating to your demise, and Noah Riley, he's just getting dinged from every single direction. There is nowhere safe for this solo to run. Finally cleaned up from the bottom of his own builds. Again, inevitable, essentially, with how much is actually surrounding the bottom of the Shogun's Arena right now.
And look at this, Levin was talking about it. Even though they weren't the first trio there, you have Swizzy, you have Merstash, you have Queasy, on the Rift Island. And not only that, Taco, they've been able to conserve their mats.
Oh my god, he took Queasy took island.
I'm hoping Merstash and Quizzy are in a similar position, but this is a code red.
Damn, let's check a pot of coffee.
Right now, when you have this trio,
more than that.
700 above surge, max loadout, max mats on an elevated position, already marking in the storm where they're gonna play to claim that high ground. This is looking like a quick game 1.
If you give Queasy max materials, essentially heading into that 8th zone position to
damn, they can just chill up there.
I think we know how the
ain't nobody gonna fly up and touch them. They're too busy busy down there to look up.
Even the mighty have fallen before, especially when you factor in that every single one of these teams competing
You got plenty of some good
knows
mats.
all they need is a win, and they are in.
Oh my god, isn't it? Queasy,
Squeezy,
Swizzy, and Mustache gonna win.
Here today, but a victory royale looks nice, and everybody knows that height is one of
Oh
the
my god,
primary
trying to
ways
sneak
to
with
secure
this.
They've got every checkbox crossed off. I mean, they've got mats, they've got positioning, they've got loot, they've got damage. They have everything, even time to plan the next rotate, which is exactly what Volko's going to do here. You see there's just 2 seconds left until next zone appears, so this is the time you want to look around, see what's going to be the best rotate. You need to already have this information by the time that zone pulls, so you can act quicker than your opponents, and it looks like they might have just found a solo down below in the mud. Unfortunately for Noms, Storm Surge is also ticking.
We're really just getting
Oh, that guy's done.
indirect view of Noms' downfall here.
Yeah, that guy was like stuck there. I think yeah. It was gonna die no matter what.
Cipher material circumstance for Stroky's trio. Now, what can they do next with it? Because having dropped, forfeited a little bit of height, Stroky at least has that Void Oni, so might have a slightly easier time. But again, knowing that it's Queasy's team of all trios controlling that Shogun's arena, these teams, when they try to rotate, they're likely to beam from above.
Such a difficult
Oh, Bill on that person's box.
I
There
think
we go.
literally the highest mountain in the game, but you
Oh,
can
they
see
got
the
high-
first trio to
Are they gonna win? Swizzy, Mustache, and Quizzy, then win?
as possible because they know how difficult of a rotate this is gonna
Oh my
be
god.
for the remainder of
Chat, I
the
think this might be
long
it. I think this trio gonna win. First place. First place for the first game. They got it.
Of Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse. They're gonna
And we got the Power Made and Twisted Minds.
wasn't tough enough dealing with the likes of
Oh my
Queasy's
god, they
team
could just
all the
chill
way
up there. Look at that.
this mountainside,
In the mountain
trying to
too.
break through. Nathan, CZB,
Yeah,
and
good
Eclipse
height
as
right
well
here.
is going to pose even more issues for these teams. Just so
Damn.
much material that's going to be ate up on this journey.
You just
toward that
chillax
top
up there.
mountain.
For real.
Zone is gonna fortunately for
Anyone's
duos,
anyone's
trios
really down at the
on
bottom,
the
it's
side
wraps.
playing Mountain Goats. It is gonna pull back
Really wraps.
into the POI, so they're not gonna have to fully go over this mountain. A little
Upwards
bit of a
maze
savior
going on
for
right
the
here.
trios down below, low on materials.
Oh,
like
shit.
Tank Nebs and Chino. It's gonna give them another chance here, another shot at redemption, but they are gonna need a refresh on this rotate.
Going back.
Ideally, what they want
Oh,
is
back to it's going back to the island.
a team that's a little bit more shambles than them
Oh
as
my
far as
god.
Tio's concerned, to get a quick
Be the
refresh off of
luckiest trio.
Considering that they're about halfway up from the bottom, might have an easier time trying to seek out that refresh than some others. Maybe some loot goodies from Queasy's team that they might drop, but all the way down.
Oh my god, bro.
This mountain
Oh.
face already, things are just continuing to pile up, become even more and more congested. But this is what Queasy does best. It's just monitoring the high ground, making sure
Look
that
at that, bro.
nobody else could possibly try and threaten this position.
I love
Damn.
what I just saw from Queasy. His trio has already pre-fired the Oni masks onto the Rift Island once again, as it's pulling right back to it, so they're going to be able to maintain that elevated position in the clouds. Meanwhile, all these trios that are low on mats are going to play in the dirt, in the water, trying to find any refresh possible, as the Strokey is going to take out one, but there's a full box of chaos. It might not even be worth it to fully push on in, but he gets a second. Can he make it a third? A full trio getting wiped as Pastrokey and Volko go on in. One shot needed to connect, and they do it.
Colb's team didn't stand much of a chance here, but what I want to keep an eye out for, Takata, is teams that are trying to go for these
They're for a
blind
lucky trio over here.
It's going to be so difficult
That.
because they have to worry about those wind tunnels potentially taking them into a position that they don't want to be. Off of those Void Oni masks, Nafizi, Alusha, holding on to this last charge of the Water Sprite. And it's going to continue to buy them just a little bit more time, a little bit more HP. But getting up towards that secondary height position, Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, they're not trying to allow it.
Always staying ahead, always staying on top. Still, look at the materials that Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache
Damn,
have. Look
it's
at
stacked,
their loot,
bro.
look at everything. It's going to take
Max
a miracle
mats.
for one of the trios down below to retake this high ground from them, as once again, a mountain is going to be where the zone is pulling towards. All these players trying to elevate themselves while the pressure is being applied from above.
For Strokey, Volko, quite literally got trees even blocking their paths, but don't want to break them out just yet. Don't want to give away their specific location towards the likes of Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, who are adamant as ever for keeping watch. Nebs, Chino, Ping, they're also still managing to trek their way through the snow. It is an uphill battle, quite literally, for all of these teams.
Nebs, just 34 HP though, one shot away from getting knocked down. Good news is they've already made it up top of the hill. They just got to continue staying ahead. That's all what low ground is, claiming space, staying ahead of the zone, and they are doing exactly that.
Yeah, Swizzy, Queasy, yeah, Mercedes, I gotta win this. They got this. Yeah, they've been so lucky. Might as well complete the luck, win this.
Everyone just at the exclusive mercy of what Swizzy
Oh.
do here. But Pinky's probably gonna turn things into his favor. Volko gonna smell the party here just a bit. He's gonna get a little bit of the siphon, but Chino, he's the only one left to keep the dream alive at this stage, and he goes down.
Lucia now 6 eliminations on the board, and Frizzy is going to be his duo that's up. It looks like it's a 3 versus 2. The Titans on high drop down now. They're not
Oh, see, I knew it. Let's go. For real, bro. They had like hella luck with it, where Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy. Yo, I knew it when and then Shogun Island and the mountains and on super heights, they got this. They gotta win this. Yo, it's crazy, bro.
The most calculated Fortnite that you could possibly ask for. It was absolutely clinical from this team.
Are you surprised? Levin called it before these games even started.
Oh shit.
You let Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash on Rift Island in the end game. Max Materials, Max
there you go,
Loot.
W.
It is not going to end up well for the rest of the lobby, and they showed exactly why they have the reputation they do. Levin, Mini-Seek, you got to break that down for me.
Mini, right here in my script, it says they win game 5, and you just had to go off and change the script and say they won game number 1. Guys, this was
They got a
the
guaranteed
freest
spot
wins I
now.
think I've ever seen in a Fortnite game. Not only did they claim that Rift Island super early, but then zone favored them. It goes like almost every zone favored them, and then in that moment where like zone comes back,
the storm got on their side.
They sat on high ground, just looking down, like, okay, guys, going up a mountain, we're already here. This was so this was easy breezy for him.
I mean, there goes my entertainment, you know? I see that one of them. Like, we know these guys can win any game and just qualify, but it's like, you know, at least give us a couple games of fun, you know? Let us doubt a bit, add some jeopardy. Mini was like, nah, let's win game 1. And they do exactly that. You know, when we were breaking down how these guys play for high, it literally was the exact same as the breakdown we did, right? They're going to play for island. They get up on the island. Zone pulls towards the island. They have cat mats. It starts pulling towards the hill. They're going to pre-TP up the hill. Nobody else in the lobby can play how they're playing.
Yeah.
And it's just, like you said, the freest game they will play. I like to say, you know, like they showed like, you know, some level of excellence, and they absolutely did, right? Their strat is sort of ironclad. Anybody looking up at
it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
It's just so easy. I can't wait to see these guys in grand finals or in the Major 1 finals, because there will be a couple other teams who maybe can challenge them. But here in this lobby, no one even comes close.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. I think your script was upside down, Zeke. I think you meant to see game number 1 was the win right there for this team, because as you said, Levin, they just played that exactly how we expected it to go. I had to just take a double take there just to check that wasn't our pre-show sort of little elements that we had in it. It was literally the exact same game that we were going to watch at the beginning, and it was just really well played. What I liked about it as well, they didn't actually get height or get the island straight away. It wasn't the team, I think it was Brownie's team that actually got it first, and they were actually up there initially. They actually showed the fortitude and the ability to actually just force them off it and do a really good job at winning on height.
Man, more on that in just a little bit, because we do have a break. But when we return, we'll break that down, take a look at the standings, and so much more. So stay tuned. We'll see you in just a little bit.
All right. Yeah, it's damn. Let's see. Is PlayStation still down? PlayStation, damn. PlayStation Network has been down for over 17 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, and speculation is that it'll be down for another 12 or 24 hours. Holy shit, bro. PlayStation, what the fuck, bro? Fix your shit. God damn. No, they only made like one comment though. PlayStation said the network is down, but nothing else. Like no follow-up, no updates. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, I feel bad for the control players in Fortnite. Wait, and plus, like people who pay for a PlayStation. Damn, bro. Yeah, for real. People were damn. Yeah. I feel like people who play for PlayStation Plus need some sort of compensation, bro. For real. This shift to happen, been down like PlayStation been down for 17 hours, no follow up, no updates, other than say that they're down. Oh my god, and they have to wait even another like 12 hours, 24 hours. That's crazy, bro. Damn. For PlayStation, for PlayStation Plus, I need my monthly. I need my next my next bill for PlayStation Plus to be $0. It needs to be free, bro. Damn. This shit to happen. This is down for so long, bro. I need a free PlayStation Plus subscription. PlayStation. For real. Tony, listening. Yeah, that bill, my next PlayStation Plus bill, gotta be $0, bro.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. I mean, look, if you missed it, we just saw one of the easiest games I think Queasy will ever play in his life, because they just locked down this lobby. And what looks easy on paper is definitely not easy, because this still takes a lot of skill to complete. But at the end of the day, Queasy decided, you know what, we have 5 games to play. I need to get a victory royale. I need to place top 5 consistency. Why don't you get game 1 victory royale, close it up, and now they're going to the Major 1 finals. Man, again, I just can't stress enough how much like skill this takes to execute, Levin, and they just made it look so unbelievably easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's break it down again. We did it at the start of the day, Minnie. We already did a breakdown of how they win height. But for the people who maybe weren't paying attention, we'll give you another tutorial and you can figure out this way. So we see they like to play for the island. They didn't actually play for it on pool, which was interesting. It was Brownie's shirt that was up here, and they made the mistake, I guess, of dropping down, right? Because then you leave it open for Queasy's shirt to get up here. And the benefit of this Mini is zone keeps pulling towards it. They save so many mats. And so when the zone pulls towards the mountain, they're in the prime position there. You saw them marking the mountain. They TP up, way up the hill. No one's anywhere near them, and they can just sit here and again save materials. Again, pressure the teams below them. And when zone pulls right back towards the island, guess who's in the perfect position to TP back on the island? I mean, it is just so free, like we're highlighting. They can sit here on the island. They wait for it to open up. Even if they want us to tank a bit, they have the splashes to do so because they have just cap loot. And then from there on out, nobody has any chance of taking height off of them. You see everyone else in the lobby is building in wood, while Mustache here, you know, still has 100 builds, right? Like, as soon as Queasy runs out of hearts, he can just drop another cap metal to him. Everyone else is struggling below. They're playing a different game to everybody else, Minnie.
Yeah, I think that's the key point about how this team are going to play when it comes to the finals, how they have been playing, and how a lot of the successful teams are playing. It's putting yourself in the best possible position, because even if you're not necessarily going to get that zone pull, like we didn't see them get the 9-0, remember, it pulled all the way back down the hill, favoring all those guys, but because they were there and we have these void TPs, they can just easily rotate across that end game and put themselves in a better position next time. So being in that power position is something that we know Queasy's all about, and we can see it works very well. Even only 6 eliminations, because they simply didn't need them, Levin. They didn't need the materials at all.
Yeah, not many chances to get them, right?
No.
They're shooting so high up.
I mean, dude, again, just props to them for making that look so easy. If you're looking at this 1,000 points, it just means they're going straight to Major 1 finals, rather. So don't worry about that if it looks a little weird. We wanted to highlight 4th place for you there. Pink and Nebs putting on such a show there, making it into that 3rd place spot, almost trying to fight what looks like an immovable object there in Queasy, but still showing us what they are capable of, what they've been practicing for, and now coming out this strong in just game number 1. I can't wait to see what more they can do with 4 more games.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this trio, right? Of course, there's like elements of the end game that are interesting for sure, but you know, just the way they play the game is really unique because they have Nebs, who has that mythic Oni mask, right? He has 50 charges, everybody else in the lobby has 10, and we saw in sort of the early and mid game the way he was playing. He has a lot of freedom to roam and look to engage on fights and just sort of help Chino and Pink have an easier path when they're rotating through, and it means that they can sort of get to end game, you know, a lot more stacked in a lot better of a position. And I think these three are, you know, a team that you probably will expect to win a game at some point today, Minnie.
Yeah, and I think they'll do it on height as well. I think what we saw in this game was sort of that low to mid-ground play style. We saw them fragging with each other. And again, it wasn't a very easy zone for them in terms of where they land, right? They're landing all the way to the sort of top right of the map there at Demon's Dojo. So it's one of those where they had to make a long rotation. They managed Surge really well to get to that position. And I think they're a team that can play height as well, especially now that Queasy's out of the lobby. It changes so much when it comes to height dynamics. And maybe some of our teams, like you mentioned, Zeke, might now play for that island.
Yeah, I mean, what do we expect right now that we've got Queasy out? Does that mean we're gonna look to contest
All right,
this drop?
starting.
Are we looking for height, Levin? What are we doing here?
I mean, I think there will be a couple of, you know, contestant teams in the lobby that might sort of look at it now and go, yeah, maybe we should land Seaport. It'd be funny if it ends up being contested because there's a couple different teams that think that way, right? Height for the rest of the lobby does get easier for sure, because now you know Queasy's not there. I expect it to be sort of how it was in Group 1. Group 1, it was so chaotic. We had a bunch of different teams looking up for it, trying to take it. Game 1, nobody bothered. 1, because of the zones, 2, because of Queasy. So height will be a lot more interesting for the next 4 games.
Okay, let's see what happens. Game number 2 is upon us. So casters, over to you.
Look, guys, height might get a little bit easier to play, but the pressure is going to remain as high as ever here, Takada. We've already seen a masterclass essentially coming out of Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache for lobby number 1. And what's the GOAT quote after all? Get height, don't die. That's Queasy all day long.
Get height, stay up. But look, we mentioned it briefly as well just now. Seaport is now uncontested, and we have duos contesting each other right south of Seaport in the Blossom split. We have trios contesting each other at Boxcars right north of Seaport. So, you know, now, even while they're dropping into their original drop spot, they might be able to see, like, oh, okay, Seaport's free. Let's just drop over there. So only time will tell. Will they decide to make that
Here we go.
choice?
Game 2.
Or will more
I voted
teams
off.
make
Let's
that
see.
choice and cause a new contestation? Game 2 starts now.
Let's get it, boy. I think, of course, if there was a female pro here, of course, they'll announce it and make it stand out. It'll be the first.
The fact that Shogun's Arena has just
I hope that's the case. If there's a female pro.
Brownie's trio tried to maintain it, but their problem was they encountered surge difficulties. They didn't have the surge they actually needed. They were forced apart from the island. So at this stage, a lot of it isn't exclusively just going to come down to autopiloting, trying to take those height positions, because these teams understand they still need to make sure that they have the surge necessary to do those power plays.
100%, and I'm thinking now in the back of my mind, where's Andalex at? You know, was originally contesting night shift. Now, nobody contesting night shift. But if we go to Lost Lake, we do have a battle that's potentially going to be unfolding.
And look, maybe being contested here yet again isn't the worst case scenario for Podesai's team, just because they're going to need the practice if they decide to commit to Lost Lake.
Oh god.
They know
Pushing.
what awaits them. If in Group 3 we see success from Seti and Kimmy and Shari, so
they're like, nah, we ain't gonna fight that.
A little bit more, I should say. It can always be beneficial in the long term.
Oh, and it looks like not a single trio decided to drop at Seaport City. What are the odds, Tog? I guess they just want to stick to their routes, their loot path, everything they've studied. They don't want to kind of mix it up, even if it's that much potential free loot. It is a risky decision. As we look at Nefrizzi now, Lucia, Starkist, this trio, I believe, got 2nd place in the last match. So they're already doing a great job in terms of keeping themselves up high on the leaderboard. I didn't want to jinx it there. Got a little scared when I saw the knock come through. But they did make it happen.
This is some really nice early surge for Lucia's team for sure. And not only that, but knowing that, well, I can't say that they necessarily know, but they might have been able to scope out the fact that teams weren't headed towards Seaport City. So that also does introduce the possibility that teams might look to rotate through Seaport City just for fishing purposes, just for additional loot purposes. And when you have successful early fights, like what we just saw from the Freezy, it makes it a little bit easier to prioritize having some slightly slower rotations.
Yeah, the thing is, normally you don't know if anybody's going to drop at that POI that becomes uncontested, but if you're one of the contested trios that are landing right beside it, like I was mentioning at Blossom Split or at Boxcars, I think depending on the bus path, you can see if a trio is flying into Seaport or not. So it's very surprising to me that the ones that are already contested didn't kind of see that and make the decision to drop there. But maybe another trio, like you said, will walk through Seaport, be like, wait a minute, this is uncontested, a bunch of free loot, free mats, but also time that it takes to secure all of that. And when you're already on your mid-game rotate, you're most likely just kind of looking for damage at this point. But we'll take a look back at that.
Shattered Span, right? If you're the team at Shattered Span, Putrix, maybe use one of those launch pads to head into Seaport City. They'd also be one of those teams, I think, that has an easier time at scoping out the fact that there's nobody there. And Shattered Span has definitely kind of been going through the ringer, especially since the loss of, you know, some key resources like the Slurp Truck, and it might make it a lot easier for them to not have to play from such a fringe position on the map. And I think at a slight disadvantage some of these other teams in comparison to what they can gather from that POI.
Heading back over to Pink, Nebs, and Chino got, I believe, 3rd place last match. A lot of these trios have already kind of set themselves up 4th place for a good position on the leaderboard. So at this point, as time goes on, it is 5 matches, and when we get closer to those final matches, you might have to change your playstyle, whether it be for the win or whether for consistency. But up at the Polar top, we have Polar getting eliminated, or Polo, sorry, by Dre, who has now secured 3.
And Dre needed that as well, because those materials were running incredibly low. This was a pretty stretched out box fight.
Oh, here we go.
That
Trio.
now is going to send them on a recovery mission to get that reboot off, and they're not the only team kind of duking things out here early on. Brutal Boxcars under heavy fire currently. Clement, Slotse, trying to see if they can get an approach. Slightly split positions here. Splashes ringing out, but it's actually going to be Floki for a moment here, going for that right side peek.
Oh.
Instead, trying to just make sure
Like,
that
hello, motherfucker.
Going to charge right through. Could have been some serious problems there for Floki. Had not been able to back off for a moment, but Slotse has found a slight opening. A little bit of pressure applied. And it's just the triple threat, essentially, that Floki and his team is trying to essentially unify for here.
Right, I love the way they're playing this out. Not only are they playing safe peaks,
Every time you own shotgun, it's hard to get a shot.
all the builds and the surroundings, but
That's just so bad. Like this, probably there's no winners. And today, and this chapter, there's shotguns. There's no winners.
They're hearing this battle unfold.
Usually, yeah, you're just stuck with Donnie,
as now
Twin,
sneaky play is gonna
shotgun,
they're gonna crouch through the builds
and
find an opportunity to maybe
there's no winners in the shotgun game for this chapter.
It's Floki's team that is the most unaware of just how threatened their current position actually is, because they're the ones that actually have some of these builds kind of work their way through the train station here at Brutal Boxcars, and with that menacing sneak up, you almost have to expect a time commitment even from Marvik's trio, right? If you spend so long not actually being directly involved with the fight, you're gonna have to get that surge one way or another. And they might have missed their opportunity, at least onto Clement's team.
I'm not sure if they knew there was a third party there, which would be pretty unlikely. I mean, they crouched the whole way. I think it was just good timing. They decided this is taking too long. Brutal Boxcars now. Be careful, though. They can actually still get an opportunity here.
Oh, man. They should have got them. Wait for the last person to dip. Try to get one. Ooh. They got it.
They can at least pick up one, and they do exactly that onto Ricky. A quick knock. Bit of loot for the trio. But will they continue?
Probably they didn't have mask.
Like, that was so necessary, because that was about to be...
That's the way to move now.
embarrassing, but fortunately, I do think Marvick, that was a nice recovery. They were able to actually get that initial elimination onto Ricky. 2 versus 3, though. They want to close in on the rest. Bari was actually the one that had been split initially, but now this trio forced to play tightly knit. Bari doesn't have
I need more caffeine in me. So I just woke up. I got good sleep.
Secondary confirmation here for Kifo, and that is a promising look, as now it's only a singular member left over from Spari's team to try and hold things tight. Whether or not they can actually even make a play for those Revu cards is another question, because right now it's all about getting out of dodge.
Yeah, I believe that singular player too is kind of sandwiched now between 2 separate trios, so it's going to be a difficult one as we pan on over to Nathan, Eclipse, and CZB. I love seeing Nathan and CZB still together. I mean, they played together for all 3 majors last year, even qualifying for globals in Major 3. So seeing them once again now in trios alongside Eclipse, they've got that synergy, they've got that chemistry, and hopefully it's going to show in these matches.
We also saw them as one of the teams that were taking early notice of that height position, right? They were just a little bit slower to try and beat out Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy for that mountain play, Takata, but they are clearly a team that has a pretty firm understanding of how to actually maneuver themselves into those priority positions, and I'm excited to see how the rest of these lobbies continue to unfold for that team, especially, again, given the fact Nathan, he's out here trying to help represent Controller Nation. Podesai and a squeeze, though. Little bit of problems here. Might have been caught up while trying to go for a fishing play.
Really want to see that trio qualify, representing Gentle Mates. Just thinking of seeing them at the global championship.
Damn, I can't get shit.
On a French organization, all the fans cheering them on.
I think that must be the spot.
We'll see if they are able to do it in this second group as we look back at Nathan, Eclipse, and CZB. A reminder of kind of how the meta has been played out this season. It's a lot of fishing ever since the water boon was taken out of competitive. Now it's all about fishing, getting those
was OP with water boon.
You don't have to fish in a fishing hole. It could be any.
If you get the water boon, only one person to heal it. When you water, it heals your shield and health, and for your other teammates, they're around you. So just one person to hold water boon, it heals for you. It heals for you and your team.
Closer and closer to that fourth.
And that's why they took it out.
Rift Island will once again appear. We talked about it earlier, Taco.
You get the water boon from the shrine. From a chest. I just can't remember.
And in the end, they were just the last ones there, using it more of
they took it out competitive.
Tool versus, getting
probably blue strategies built around it. Had to switch up.
Position for tags
come with a new plan at the last minute.
So we'll see if this time around another trio takes it.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of you don't necessarily have to be that initial team to claim Medallion to still get a lot of the benefits that are presented by that Shogun's Arena positioning. And even looking back at the trio that we were just on, Chat, Noah Riley, Yanis, we saw some struggles. Shogun's Arena could maybe be a new introduction to their game plan, just because of the fact that if you don't have much surge, that top overview can give you a lot of chances, I think, a lot more opportunity to try and make up the difference there. Still got to get flowers where they're due. Noah Riley did have some pretty crazy elims in that last lobby, so he's definitely primed and ready to go, along with the rest of his team.
Oh yeah, what you love to see from these players that have been competing for as long as I can remember in Fortnite competitive. Scrap, Skrill, Hellfire now very elevated here. They don't have a single elimination, but they do have a good position to kind of look for those tags. Issue is I don't see too many trios rotating through, as Hellfire now is going to choose to maybe go to a different position to have more angles on trios rotating through. That's the benefit of kind of the mobility within this season with the Oni masks, the Typhoon blades. You can afford to kind of split up a bit more from your trio.
This is a lot more risky, though, for Hellfire to be the one playing the solo position inside of the bush. Sure, he's got his teammates nearby, but he doesn't have the luxury of being able to just immediately teleport away from danger. If he gets spotted out, it's going to have to be a quick pickup factor from the rest of his team to help him out there. A lot of our trios just encountering their own fair share of struggles, though. Batman and for Strokey, they're hoping that they'll be able to make a reboot play here now for Volko. Even if the early doesn't necessarily pan out in your favor, still have a chance if you're able to get that reboot through. It will be tough, though. Just there's so much surge now that they're going to be behind the curve on.
Yeah, but if we look at 8-2, Echo and Repairs, this is a trio that has yet to make it to an FNCS finals, but when they get a Shogun Arena spawn like that, giving themselves that elevated position, this could be just what they need. 3 points on the board as well, which means in terms of consistency, it's only been one game, but not looking too hot yet. As time goes on and we get closer to those final matches, the teams at the lower half of the leaderboard are going to be playing a bit more aggressive towards that high ground for that win condition.
So far, so good as well for Echo's team. Doesn't appear as if anybody is going to make a surprise appearance just yet. Once a team has already kind of staked themselves out on top of Shogun's Arena, I don't think that it's very common for us to see teams look to directly challenge. Maybe if they can get a nice beam from below, or if they feel like they're going to be able to take a more advantageous shot, but I think that that's going to fizzle out for the time being. It's just going to be Echo's team claiming that Shogun X Medallion. Magic Mosses, though, right on the outskirts of it. Nebs, Pink, trying to replicate some of that Lobby 1 success, but that was kind of disastrous for Nebs. Punished for that peek just now.
Yeah, be careful when you got a full trio in the bush looking at you. It's a risky peek to take. Some trios rotating in from Storm. It's a safer option now to look at that. A triple spray attempt onto Clement, Floki, and Slutze, though. Once again, from that trio in the bush, being a bit of a nuisance now for both teams in this build.
It's teams that are a little bit south and north of both these trios' positions, though, that are bound to be taking notice of the box fight that's currently engaging. And sure enough, they're all forced to shift their direction towards some of those teams that were rotating just a little bit sooner than them. They don't want to find themselves getting held. They want to make sure that those teams are going to be at least a little bit hit, a little bit prioritized with trying to recover their own shield, so they won't get chances to actually keep looking for tags onto Floki or Pink's trios.
Right. What I like about trios versus duos is kind of the options you have for those tags, whether it be triple shotgunning into triple spray, pre-edits. You have a lot of these options that have kind of higher chances for you to actually get those tags, even if it's against a trio that's, boxed up in a base or wherever they may be. So if you're really able to kind of have that synergy with your trio, make sure communication's on lock, then you can kind of create those opportunities for yourself. As we look at a replay.
Ooh, one more time though. You saw it just for a moment there. That 126 below before that fight initially broke out there. Brownie's trio clearly still encountering a decent bit of struggle in terms of maintaining a nice surge threshold here. That is part of the issue introduced though when it comes to these set lobby type of performances, Takata. Everybody knows just how much more difficult acquiring surge actually becomes. Everybody's head kind of on a swivel here now, as Chino looks like they lost Pink along the way, and not only that, but they are currently under duress. 124 below as a duo, and it's one more time. Sluxe, Clement, Floki, the same trio. Kind of gave them a slight hiccup in that first lobby. Engaging with them yet again.
Deja vu back in the storm. Once again, battling it out. It looks like Nebs with the use of the Oni mask is going to continue on forwards here, even though it is a 3 versus 2. They're still confident to at least get a bit of damage as they are making their way towards the zone as they continue to apply pressure. But if Clement, Floki, and Sluxe stop here, it's going to force them to do the same and either get in or create an opening.
Also appeared like PKR's team might be able to even cause a bit of a sandwich situation here. Chino and Navs must really trust the amount of healing that they have available. Few water sprite charges as well as splashes, but they want even more than that. They want revenge for having lost Pink in the first place. Clement nearly getting a better exchange there from Nebs, but instead it's going to be Nebs immediately trying to charge on Slaxay. France hold strong currently. Floki, Clement, and Slaxay are going to fully wipe Pink's trio, and that is definitely going to be a bit of a thorn in the side there.
I wonder how scared they were for Surge. There was 75 players up. It's 74 for that zone needed for Storm Surge to no longer be active. Just one player needed to get eliminated, but Storm Surge did get active. They went all in, and it did not go in Pink Archino's favor. Game 3, hopefully will be a little bit brighter for them.
Doesn't even look like it was a long-lived success there either. That elimination onto the Strokey. Particle, Kirer, and Nako doing what they can to kinda try and TP their way through this.
I'm liking how this trio has been performing, actually. They got into the late game. I believe they were one of maybe even top 5 in game 1. I mean, in Group 1, we had a Spanish trio take home the VR in the first match, and now they're looking quite stacked enough, I'd say, to have another solid performance in this late game. So in terms of consistency, they definitely have put themselves in a spot to do well.
Janus, though, didn't even realize that there was another player running down his own Surge Tower with him, trying to build up as high as possible, hoping that he's going to have the likes of Chat to come through, help save him. But Abdallah not willing to give up that chase anytime soon. Zako as well from afar in the secondary Surge base. Chap just trying to apply pressure where he can, but these teams all getting stuck inside of the same perimeter.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Chap went full protection there, placing hard mats, covering his team, making sure they have a bit of time to recuperate that shield that they lost, but they're gonna end up using a water sprite here to get Janus back in action, as now the issue is they're only 86 above Surge, and the clock is ticking. The numbers are going down, as Nefrizzi is one of the culprits here, doing more damage to his opponents.
Ooh, who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Oh,
Hellfire and
it's a game of chicken here.
hold the walls so far, but Rakuzan.
Oh, someone gonna get the GG's.
Not willing to budge. They kind of understand they might have.
Who rushing? Everybody rushing. It's life or death. It's life or death right now. Life or death.
Forced to make a play. He doesn't have a choice now. He's just gonna go for the immediate pump shot. But no success. Fully escaping.
I think when other players sees that, that soldier hitting another player, all they have to do is just stay away from the player, because they'll die on their own if they don't get a tag. Oh, I think it's GG's for this gun, for this guy. Nice 2 med kits. Be alive for a couple more seconds or a minute.
Just 58 below. They have no option
to
tank it or wait it out. With still so many players up, all they have are med kits,
no
shields,
GG's.
so it's pure aggression and big shots needed to connect here.
Skrill didn't even get a chance to look back. Adalex and Sato gonna be the ones that ultimately find that elimination. Skrill still just trying to barely escape. It at least gave him enough damage that he's now above that search threshold, but for how much longer? Podesai, Squeeze, and Akira also a little bit trapped on a slightly more congested side of zone for the time being, but they're at least well above that search threshold, Takata, so they've got more time than most to actually make their next play. And it's just going to be a chop out instead. They're taking out the floor from Scout.
Oh, shit. Holy shit, bro. Okay.
One of Podesai's teammates, but they were able to clean it up. The issue is now the pressure's on them. The shots continuing to rain on in. Builds being broken. You have to be careful here to not run into an opposing trio's box or into an opposing trio's wall.
It's risky. Hella risky.
Leave his teammate, but the regroup is
I chance you'll die. You just die off the song in the box.
Situation, and they lost X-Squeeze in the process.
And it's not over just yet.
You gotta rush in someone's box. You gotta make sure you get that kill, bro.
Direction. Gonna catch off Scout though. The initial team that they were trying to hunt in the first place looked for a rotation, but the full split. Now Akira might have an opportunity here.
Hey yo!
Has been knocked. He's hoping to just get this revive off, but Scout doesn't want to allow it, considering what he's already lost in the process.
Do they know? The issue is here, 30 seconds left till zone starts closing. You gotta start looking around for rotates. When you're a duo, I mean, you have the Oni mask. You don't want to use that Oni mask so down in the dirt. You want to have a bit of an opening, stay a little bit elevated so you don't have builds blocking you. So they're going to have to find a way to escape out of that kind of cluster of builds they got stuck in to look for that rotate. But Nefrizi, Lucia, and Starkus now 105 points, continuing their way up that leaderboard.
Did seem like Grippe's team, though, was actually the trio looking to potentially try and take height. By this stage, we'd already had a really established trio in that last lobby with Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy for height. And sure enough, Grippe, Noms, they're up above the rest. Now it's going to come down to exclusively how well can they manage this high ground position. Chap, Janice, Noah, Riley continuing to try and teleport their way up over the hill. They just want to get out of the Hornet's nest that's currently building inside of those mid-ground layers.
Did a great job doing so, but now you got to be careful. You don't want to look for refreshes on the backside of zone. You want to get ahead and look for them ahead so you don't get stuck behind and staggered, as now the high ground retake is going to come through. But it looks like Noms, Gripey are still doing a good job of holding on to it. They're not in zone yet, but they have claimed the position.
Noms as well, trying to see if he can get a piece out of PKR's team as they look teleport forward. It's just about who's going to be able to actually control this front side, though, and Rizoi just backing up Grippe, but you tell the builds, they're running relatively low. For a team that wants to try and maintain height, they're going to need a refresh sooner rather than later.
Meanwhile, on low, you have Lucia, Nefrisi, Starkus continuing to apply pressure on teams trying to rotate in. They got staggered. They rotated in late, and that is going to lead to their demise as now Starkus gets up to 4 eliminations. This trio is looking incredibly strong, but might have been a poor decision to take that backside of zone engagement. It's caused them to lose a lot of HP, but they might have just recuperated.
Rakuzen just forced to blindly teleport forward, doesn't really even have a chance to gauge where these next shots are going to come from. But a good connect now from Gripe, and he's continuing to just tarp his way through that high ground. Akira falls all the while inside of this secondary from low ground layer. It's tough, though, because for Squeeze, he's not really finding any openings to actually get a proper TP forward.
There's GG's.
To just run through all of this congestion, and sure enough, shot from above, shot from below. Players just getting picked off like flies.
Yeah, when you're playing as a solo, it can be the right play to kind of ride the back of Storm because you don't have that trio to support you up ahead. But unfortunately, another solo is going to pick him off. As Darkos, 7 eliminations, looks to make it 8. Can he reach double digits in this second match of the day, as now he has to find his way back in zone? Storm is ticking 10 per second, unable to find his way in.
Who needs placement, though, when you're going to be able to make up the points like that? 10 eliminations in total for that trio, and they're not the only ones. Danis also from the low ground, but clashing head-on with Nefrizi's team, who just continues to control that front side low. Clement on the backside, gonna get spotted out, though. Demas' trio with another elimination to their name. Floki as well, falling inside of this chaotic mixture. But Gripe, from all the way in the skies, we saw them take that position in the 8 zone. They've actually done an excellent job of defending it so far.
Titans of the Skies are not done yet. They are building in wood, though, so most likely they're running low on those hard materials. Lucia, Nefrizi looking to take down low ground, but another trio have the same idea at the same time, and now it's caused commotion as Starkus is left alone, but he hits that quick pump shot, bumps himself up to 6 eliminations, and now another 1 versus 1 is right ahead of him, knocks on the door.
Oh shit.
Unable to find a shot yet.
Ooh, damn, it's sliding. Oh.
Can he make it 8? Just 26 HP left.
The problem
Yes,
for
you need to get the siphon now.
celebrate that elimination onto the medallion player. Demas as well as a solo operation at this stage.
Oh, 3-1.
He's dealing with
Done.
3 in Noms, Gripe, and Rizoi, and the final blow comes
Oh,
through.
jeez.
Gripe's team is going to be in our Major 1 finals.
Once again showing that height dominance, that win condition. If you're able to get up above in the clouds, if you have enough materials, all you got to do is keep applying that pressure and close it out by the books, and that is exactly what they ended up doing.
And considering that they were kind of flirting with disaster for a second there, Takata, but regardless, of whether it was, you know, as pretty as you would hope for or a little bit ugly towards the end of it. What matters is the fact that they maintain that
all right,
position.
good game.
Sure to spray down.
I'll be right back. We're back, chat. I'm gonna get a drink.
Or the low ground could look to overtake, especially not in those low ground layers. We saw so many players that were just left in shambles by then.
Yeah, that's the issue. You kind of fall down the ladder, right? As you're getting closer to that low ground, you run out of materials, you run out of shields, you keep falling down and down until you have that fully stacked trio on the high ground ready to close it out. So much action went on. We have to go to the desk to break that down.
Thank you guys so much, and big congratulations to Rezoid, Grippe, and Noms getting themselves a spot in the Major 1 finals. And as you saw by their loadout, it cost them everything, right? To just hold that high ground, to take it when they did, to take the steps they needed, to just every little thing they were doing was just trying to drag out that high, right? Just to make sure, can we hold it all the way to the very, very end? And they did.
I mean, yeah, we didn't see as many high exchanges as maybe people would have been expecting without Queasy in the lobby, right? These guys held it really well, though, Mini, right? I think anyone who would have looked up would have had a tough time finding sort of any sort of opening to really sneak it off of them. You could see they were just relentlessly applying that pressure. There were so many sort of like fragmented teams beneath, right? A bunch of duos, solos running about. It just made it so difficult for anyone to really get a leg up. And so even though they sort of ran out of mats towards the end, they're still the trio in the perfect position to close out the game.
Yeah, and you can see them in the perfect position up there on height. They just had a view on the whole lobby. They could even spray down. We saw it there in that highlight package. Those shotguns, they deal so much structured damage. And I think when you're that close to the players down below, you can just apply so much pressure because you're going to have so many shotgun shells left at that stage of the game. And it's going to cause all the teams down below to just go into a frenzy. And that's ultimately what won them the game. They played out their mats really well. It wasn't quite as easy, I suppose, as maybe Queasy's first game, but it was certainly a very nice win from the team there.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right? And more of what we kind of expect out of Fortnite. But for right now, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we'll break down that and more of what we saw in game number 2. So we'll see you right after this.
All right, back. All right, one more minute. All right.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just wrapped up game number 2. We watched Rezoy, Grippe, and Noms get themselves the victory royale. And before we went to break, you guys actually said a word there that kind of re-sparked a memory. Pressure. We talked about that at the start of show, and for this trio, they had so much of that pressure in this game, right? They applied so much, kind of keeping everyone else at bay, and ultimately that's what led them to the victory royale.
Yeah, absolutely. That suppressive fire from above, it's so restricting, right? Even if you are a team that sort of like has a moment to chill on a good layer, like you start getting sprayed on your tops and you're like, okay, we need to move, we need to get back on our feet. I was really impressed by the way those guys played it. I'll be honest, I almost wasn't sure Grippe was going to play today because he's got a popping UEFN map. I was like,
Yo, what's up, I? What's up, I?
He might just
Going
decide
on, bro?
FNCS ain't for me. I'm going to farm my creative map as much as possible. But I'm glad he showed up and I'm glad he's going to be in FNCS finals.
Yeah, I know Rezoy will be very glad that he showed up because it's actually Rezoy's first grand finals. So
nice.
very happy to see him in grand finals. Speaking of pressure as well, there's going to be a lot of that on him going into grands or into the Major 1 finals. So intrigued as to how that trio are going to do when it comes down to that. But good signs early on here. It's always a difficult test, isn't it, in these sort of lobbies when you have to win to get in or get top 5. So I think they'll be more than ready for grands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to kind of circle back to that, right? The fact that we're looking for the victory royale, we're looking to place top 5 in consistency after the 5 games. Right now, Lucia is sitting in first place as far as the consistency factor is concerned, right? They're sitting pretty, they're doing well. Now, obviously, if they got themselves a victory royale, that would help. They don't have to do anything else. Just start focusing in on Major 1 finals. But when we start to look at these points, look how far ahead of everyone else they are.
I mean, this trio is an interesting one. Of course, second and third now in the first 2
What's up, bro?
games.
What's
And
going
it's
on?
funny 'cause the Frizzy has a lot
Welcome
of
in.
experience
It's an
these All-Star
FNCS
games.
part,
He's actually played
FNCS
the
watch party.
second most
Major
All-Star
1, Group
games
2 and
without
3.
winning in the world.
And
Right?
EU
So
plus
he
NA.
has loads of experience. Based off of that stat, you'd probably say they're not going to win a game today, right? I don't think, a lot of people would be expecting to see them win, but with how well they're playing, if they keep getting into those top 3 situations, you'd think it would finally come to them. I mean, Rakuzan in this game just went ballistic, Mini.
Yeah, he really did. And this is exactly what you need in these sort of end games, just to keep yourselves going. Of course, getting those eliminations, even onto the invisibility coin, not very easy at all. And particularly when you're getting all these eliminations, you have this siphon which can keep you alive, keep you going in the storm, and just keep you alive for those extra few seconds, for those extra placements. Looking at their points, 165. I was looking back at last week, 10th place, which is what quals you, of course, in this consistency format, minus the top 5 with the wins, was actually 173.
Yeah, if you have 1,000 points, that's our one-way ticket.
Get what it was for last week. So I think this is going to give him a little bit of freedom. This is going to give him a little bit of opportunity maybe to play for those more risky positions for Storm Surge, play for that high ground a little bit, and maybe for Nefrizzi finally pick up a win in this sort of format.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because, like, you want to say, like, just a victory royale, like, it's possible, but in these circumstances, it's actually incredibly difficult with so much kind of chaos happening, with people trying to control the high ground, with Void Oni mats going off all around you. It's so clear to see, like, in these box-to-box moments, there is so much chaos happening. What do we do to try and combat that, right? Because if we're making it to those final few moments and you just got Rakuzan by himself, you're not going to win. If you're facing off against another trio, we could have a Donnie situation like last week, sure, but what can we do, boys? Like, we have to have some kind of plan.
I think the key here is just have a cracked 15-year-old Danish kid on your team like Starkus or Rakuzan, right? Just, that seems to be the formula right now. You got Sky and Strobin popping off last week. He's doing it here this week. Yeah, just the young Danish goats just dominating EU right now, it feels like.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see. I mean, we want to see
one more minute.
Players, up and coming talent. I mean, we'll keep a close eye on them in the Major 1 finals as well to see how well they do, because it's that pressure as you talked about. Will they be able to do it on the big stage?
Okay, I like it. Let's talk about 4th place picks, Darm and Demus. We saw Demus there. I don't even know how to say that. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at saying names. But he made it there in that 2nd place. He almost, made it. But again, just given the circumstances, man, it is so hard to fight through this. There is just, again, so much chaos. And again, as little as you can to, like, just use as little as you can to, like, stretch out as far as you can go, right? But again, just look at the situation. No mats. You're left alone. Look at the shambles loaded. You don't have heals. Like, you're going to do what you can do, right? You got to try and earn some points somewhere.
I mean, yeah, and you know, that's what these guys will do. Again, to highlight age, these guys are like 15, 16 as well, right? So it's like, these guys are all very young players, but they're players who, especially in the case of this trio, like this season, they've shown that they are like a big threat. We talked about how good they are out of that sort of pump plant spot, right? They're going to be a team that is always sort of consistently in end games and has a chance to show off what they can do.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, this is now the halfway point. We're going to start game 3. There's only 5 before we close up today, so let's get back into the action. Tokata, the best taco, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke. It's all about, you know, how you set yourself up for these remaining matches. Like Zeke said, halfway through. So you got to look at the leaderboard. You got to think to yourself, okay, do I have 1 point? Am I Nefrizzi right now on the top of the leaderboard? Because based on that, you can kind of make decisions on how aggressive you're going to play for that VR, how kind of more safe and secure you're going to play in terms of consistency. We got a new drop spot opening on the map. I mean, Grippe is now, I believe he was at Flooded Frogs before, and there was a team contesting him, so now that team is going to be uncontested. A lot of opportunities being opened up.
Also, on the other end of that spectrum, Scotty, you have to consider the teams that
Here we go.
haven't necessarily gotten off to
Game
a great
3.
start. They need a big game, and they need it now in Lobby 3.
Good.
3 more matches.
Who's gonna win this time?
Played out, including this one. And it's not like the previous season groups, or what used to be called semifinals, where if you didn't make it in one of your first groups, you drop down to the next one. This is basically the last opportunity for these trios to qualify to the major finals. They do have that last chance where Division 1, 2, 3 can compete, but it's only 3 trios that make it through last chance. So this is really where you want to make it happen and where you want to qualify to the major finals.
But hey, Rizoi is a perfect example that you don't necessarily have to be a veteran at these reboot style games in order to find your own level of success. And I think he's not the only one that's looking to punch a ticket into the Major 1 finals. Lusha, Nefrizzi, we know that they are in a pretty solid position as far as the leaderboard is concerned, Takata, but even these guys don't want to let their foot off the gas, especially Nefrizzi. I have to imagine he is chasing that sensation of actually getting the Victory Royale in this kind of format.
Oh yeah, they just want to close it out. And I mean, we saw Seaport City uncontested the match after Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy ended up getting that Victory Royale. But now it looks like there's 2 separate trios contesting each other. Most likely, these trios aren't having the best of days so far, so they're kind of looking to see what they can switch up. But the issue about switching up a drop spot, you're not going to have your loot path. You're not going to be as efficient. You're not going to know as much about the trios rotating your surroundings. You're not going to know your path for Storm Surge. It's a lot of difficulties that kind of arise from changing a drop spot mid-tournament.
The chase is going on.
You know, it's
You can get him?
possible
You can
in
get this guy?
FNCS Taco, so hopefully one of these trios can come out on top.
I mean, we're talking about trios changing their drop spots. We've got
Push.
Faded Pigeons team going on a bit of a scenic tour from west to east,
Oh, he's dead.
essentially. Trying to see if they could stake their measures in lobby number 3 with a different drop in comparison to where they have been going at Lovely Lanes. But Pink, Nebs, Chino, they shut that down. Demon's Dojo belongs to them, and they are not willing to forfeit that anytime soon.
They are not letting that one slide as we look at Eku here alongside 8-2 and Repairs, or T78 IGL in game, as they are at Flooded Frogs, looking to see if they can just kind of loot up and continue with their game plan. Not too much, you know, pressure in their surroundings, especially now that Noms, Rizoi, and Grippy has qualified.
Even if you qualify, though, from a position, there is no real guarantees that we might see that same level of commitment from some of these teams once we actually make it to that Major 1 finals. Because as the desk has already pointed out, there are teams competing even in this group today that are potentially looking to just compete to be contested at their natural drop spot as far as that Major 1 finals is concerned. And with that lingering kind of in the back of your mind, you obviously want to get the most optimal practice in. You obviously want to qual regardless, but it's clearly going to be a long, fought-out process, and fighting is something that Demas' team has excelled at today.
Over at Night Shift, looks like they want to close this one out quickly as Darm has already found an elimination. putting his team now in a position where they do have the upper hand. The moves looking for separate angles, trying to just find where these players are hiding an opening.
Yeah, a game of cat and mouse.
Builds here, so if they do want to look for a triple shotgun, might be a viable option. The issue is they're on low ground and the duo's up above, so I'm not sure what their game plan is going to be here.
Easy gonna drop for a moment just to pick up some of that leftover material from his teammate, but pick the battle. He might not be able to close out here. In fact, it's gonna be Darm that's actually going to ensure that this goes in their favor. Easy put down immediately, no chance of escaping here. And that's a clean trio finish that this team desperately needed, because already another team rolling up on Darm's position.
Yeah, that's the issue in trios. When you hear those shots go off, it's kind of openings for other trios to say, hey, I want to join the party. You know, where's my invite? As we take a look at Clement, Floki, and Slugzate heading over towards the Flooded Frogs. I wonder if this is due to them knowing now it's most likely just going to be a solo trio around here, and might open an option for kind of like a soft engagement. Not a full commit for eliminations, but more one where they just kind of look for tags and damage.
The intent here, though, from Floki's team. Obviously, you want to get your pickings while they're good, and with this kind of, you know, late scrolling to where Flooded Frogs is actually taking place for a battle, they're going to be able to take out some of these players that are trying to teleport away. Eku going to lose about half his shield in the process here. Split as well from the rest of his team, and that could be the real issue that he encounters currently. Clement also going to make sure to build up above on top of these rooftops here at Flooded Frogs. Just really good leverage against these two other teams. That's just kind of a cutoff. It's preventing anybody from actually escaping Flooded Frogs.
Yeah, it's a great opening for tags, but also it's going to cause his opponents to kind of use mats if they do want to escape, like you said. So we'll see if they just continue with this kind of soft engagement, taking shots when they see openings, but not really going for like a pre-edit or triple spray type of play, more just kind of playing it a bit slower here.
But this skirmish might also change the direction of the narrative that we've been seeing kind of unfold between Clement's trio and Pink's. You also have to remember that Pink's team, lobbies 1 and 2, kept running in and kind of being forced to pause because these teams were exchanging, you know, their own elims, trying to get Surge on each other. I'd expect that that's because Pink's team, uncontested, typically at Demon's Dojo, they've been having to find their Surge elsewhere. So they look for that, you know, north base, dead side rotate into the zones. They run into Floki, Clement, and Sloxay since they're already coming out from that Magic Moss's kind of territory. And now, Pink's team, they have Surge. Floki's team, they're looking at two different teams entirely.
Right. Ooh.
So almost wonder if
Yes, I would be on behind.
better results here for Pink's trio in the long term of match 3.
Right, it's all about setting yourself up for the late game, right? Not just acting in the moment, but have your decisions be meaningful ones that have, you know, thought behind them on how is this going to benefit me later on, which is a lot of what these trios are doing. I mean, it does take experience to qualify to the groups, and even more experience to qualify to the major finals.
I'll be right back. Well, one minute chat.
Up top on the hill with his trio, who've already positioned themselves in a nice location to kind of find those tags. As we head back over to Nathan CZB and Eclipse. So far, no eliminations, but they've got loot, they've got materials. You want to be rotating on your, or I mean, getting a mats on your rotate. You never really want to stop farming in these types of lobbies, but it looks like they might just be able to find a sneaky play onto Andalex here. Close by.
Ooh. Andalex might have just barely escaped for the moment. It's Marco who is actually under fire currently from Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse. Had Andalex been just like a second later, I think, at running out from his position, he might have just been toast here, Takata. Even now, things are still looking incredibly grim.
We're going to see a camp kill play here again.
They were hoping
As in, Twinkle Terrence.
And take Sato's reboot guard, look for some relatively uncontested positioning to see if they get that reboot van going. But now, fight for their lives, and it doesn't look like Nathan Eclipse and CZB, they have set up base on 2 separate surge bases, essentially covering the hills, kind of looking into Twinkle Terrace. This will be a tough one for Marco to escape from.
Yeah, the thing is, Marco and Andalex, they have information that Nathan and CZB Eclipse don't, right? They don't know that Andalex was without any shields. If only they hit 1 shot, would have been all it took to know, okay, you know, this team is low on shields, low on loot. We can make an aggressive play here. We can push them. But since the player that they ended up tagging did have shields, it didn't give them any of that information to know that they do have a big advantage if they want to take that fight. So they're just going to continue to play it safe. Luckily enough for Andalex's team, it's going to give them a bit more time to get out of that position, even pop minis like you saw. But the rotates are going to continue for the teams around Brutal Boxcars. This is the drop spot that has that train that could potentially give you 200 metal per teammate you have. Uh-oh.
Nako in a really tough spot here. Aiku gonna be forced, though, to stop trying to actually chop out Neku's floor from underneath him, and Aiku just...
Oh, man, my mic was off. Damn, it's so close. The guy was like 1 shot. He's like underneath the guy's box. Watch a little bit. He's had it. He was getting shot up.
To find themselves compromised, as tempting as it might have been to continue trying to pursue that elimination onto Nako, he managed to escape.
Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, escaping with that little HP, not even sure if Nako had his teammates close by at all. It's going to be a tough one to come back from. We'll have to see if we end up seeing them later on, how they were able to even do that. But so far, Putrix here on a sliver of HP.
Some concerns, though, because it seemed like it was Pink's trio that Putrix kind of had in his sights. Scout, alongside the rest of his teammates, surge basing. They're trying to cut off these teams that are looking to rotate inwards from that Flood of Frogs position, and they know they've likely got the comms, Potasai, Suisse, directly underneath them, and they're not the only ones. 2 separate trios that they've got a pretty prime viewpoint over.
Yeah,
oh, one kind of in the bush.
This one, you got a full trio in a bush. Got one boxed up, another one up top on a surge base. What's going to end up happening here? I'm trying to think myself. I mean, zone's going to close 30 seconds. Most likely not going to close onto them. It could happen, but in terms of
just going to wait it out.
One of them is going to move out. And as they're rotating, the surge base team is looking
at two trios.
The bush team is just kind of
going at it. No need to get into that business.
Now they decide, okay, let's make a move.
Okay. Ooh.
Natural coverage.
Can you get it? Oh.
They're going to add to the pressure that Squeeze was already feeling from that team inside the surge base. They hold their shots for a moment longer. Seems like they're either trying to line up a nice 3-2-1, or Takata, they just want to remain as unscathed as possible because
make the end game.
Limited shield resources right now, and they don't
want to burn
them all, drawing the attention from that team in the surge tower.
Yeah, good news about rotating behind a team is you can reuse their builds. Bad news is if they turn around and try and hold you when they're in the zone and you're not, it's going to cause you to lose those builds probably. As we now reach 4th zone, Rift Island, Shogun's Arena is going to appear. As it looks like it's going to be Skrill, Hellfire, and Scrap. They're going to be the trio closest to it, kind of claiming that initial position. In the last game, we didn't see it used that much in the final moving zones to pull further away, but if it ends up closing close to the Rift Island, we could kind of see a similar match to what Queasy, Swizzy, and Murstache ended up doing.
Hellfire might need a few more builds, though, for trying to take that Queasy approach.
What?
15 materials.
I thought the Shogun just fell.
It's not impossible.
What the fuck?
But it's definitely an indicator that they have had some struggles with some of their rotates in terms of having to probably burn more material than they would have wanted to. And they're just gonna have to wait for the teleport as the Shogun falls off.
The big guy just fell to his death, bro. Wait, now it's down.
Just like cherry on top would be if they eliminated him on the edge and his medallion fell off the island.
Damn, that would have been bad luck if they killed the Shogun and all this stuff went down. Oh my god. What's the way,
Yeah, that's... I mean, they did have 0 eliminations, so... could be part of the reason, as we've got the M8 Gentle Mates trio here. Big fan favorite going into today. If you're rooting for this team, let us know. As now they have to find something, as they're 144 below. They're gonna need a few tags, but X-Swedes is gonna be the one getting cracked. Has the chug splashes, but almost not enough time to use it as Podesi's gone down. Now left as a duo.
This is not a fan favorite position, that's for sure. As far as M8 is concerned, they're just trying to do what they can, keep their heads above water, but the third party already rolling through. Fakey, this trio just raining havoc from the backside of the builds, and Split Karma, they know they might have just lost the loot that they were essentially trying to gather off of these refreshes, and Fakey seems like he's no interest left. They got exactly what they were after. A little bit of damage from a team they could tell was desperate for a fight, and now they're just willing to bail and reposition for elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, they're good to go. Fifth zone is going to appear here shortly. Next one is going to be that half in, half out. As now 83 players are up. It's going to have to go down to 74 players in this fifth zone if they want Storm Surge to no longer be active. So,
oh, damn, how come when I push, I get zip, I get nothing.
Kind of focus on other things, whether it be
yeah, location, bro.
Fish, focusing more on their rotation.
Hey, what's because I barely fish. All my heals I get from loot.
Are forced into more risky situations to kind of push trios that might just play fully defensive.
But this is exactly what Darman Damus would be after. This team is no foreigner when it comes to these box fight situations, and 5 eliminations.
Oh, damn.
For this trio.
Right here.
So much fish as well. They have
look at that. Look at all those catches
of these fishing rods, and just finding prime opportunity with so many choices at this point. Takata, they've got ample time to actually choose their next destination.
You know what I haven't been, I want to see more in this groups is kind of the recontest for high ground. Obviously, easier said than done, but if you've got the water sprite, if you've got shieldfish, you can kind of make that tanking zone play into triple Oni mask backside of zone onto high ground. Like, those plays you can make. We've seen Queasy do it before to aggressively take that high ground. Will one of the trios decide to do it? Time will tell, as Floki, Clement, and Sloxe are 321 below still. 4 more players need to be eliminated for Storm Surge to not be active.
Sloxe is trying to get it out the mud right now. They have such limited opportunity here to actually try and tackle this fight up against Aitsu's trio. And if they don't strike now, they're going to lose out entirely, because this team is just trying to get it out. They have no interest in fighting, but Clement seems like he might have pinpointed one of them, continuing to try and close the walls around him, seeing if he can cut him off, but unfortunately Eku just 1 box ahead, still managing to create just a little bit of space here. In fact, it's even Sloxe that's going to be forced onto the back foot. He's trying to see if he can get a chance to recuperate, but he's burning so much, and soon enough, those surge takes are going to pose even bigger problems here. But Eku, tagged underneath, still has so much to rely on for the rest of his team.
Clement goes down though.
Oh my, damn, dude. Hey man, it's anarchy down there, bro.
As shots continue, pressure now eyes on this trio from other players in the surrounding area. Eku forced to go on in now. It looks like Floki still has a teammate alive, but Sloxe misses. You need to connect those shots. Luckily enough though, he is going to be able to get that last connection. Unfortunately, another trio was quicker to it, as Floki now is just a little bit of extra loot for this refresh.
Fakey's team has just been the Grim Reapers of these third-party engagements, and hey, if it works, it works. And not even the slightest, but they've got to be careful they don't find themselves becoming victims of their own game plan. Karma now closing in onto a BSK and Moses' position. Still split enough, though, for both of these teams to kind of take their time as far as choosing whether they actually want this box fight in the first place. Eku had 1 more shot there, Takata, as well. That was just so tragic.
Oh, damn. Well, I thought he was all good. The one, like 1 second later.
Closing
Holy
out his
shit, bro.
opponent with a slice.
Okay, something's got to be done about the Shinshin Dynasty at this point, man, because the way that some of these players just zoom into a box. It's so panic-inducing, I think, is the primary issue as well when it comes to dealing with opponents that are kind of wielding that Typhoon Blade. I can just see the fear being strict within some of these players' hearts as they're trying to escape. But Pink, Nebs, Chino, Surge Base up above the rest of the lobby. Down below, bottom of Lost Lake here, Skies might just find himself getting completely pushed out from the box that he's currently in.
Oh, he's dead. GG's.
7 zone before. It's the most dangerous one in terms of Storm Surge.
Maybe not. He's in the life phone.
Left to not take any more. Majority of teams
oh no, he has no whites. He's done.
To try and get that damage now.
Yeah, it only has 2 minis.
Solo makes it that much harder.
And I get shot, I get hit once.
Does have a shield fish,
Couple times, no.
minis, but that's only going to grant them a few seconds here, and still so many players have to be eliminated.
They probably just
His options are.
Hey, don't make a move. Make a sound.
Inside of a cone here, Takada, he still needs an elimination. That Siphon could be the difference maker between another placement or two. But if he can also remain hidden, that could also make up for the difference there. Polo giving us a review here, essentially, of what actually happened to Darkos in that moment. Just devious, charging through with the Typhoon Blade like that.
Looking at height, though, we do have Nebs, Chino, and Pink now. Could this be their match? It is 7th zone. Next one will be kind of our first endgame zone, per se. As if they're able to position themselves well enough, they should be the first trio to kind of get there. You can see they already have their Oni masks pre-placed just in case they end up getting chopped down for safety. So, got that kind of plan B ready. But so far, they have the best position in this lobby.
Oh shit! GG's. I was saying in a going then.
Of an opportunity there, but as a solo, just finds
it was wrapped.
Instead. Chap, Janice, no O'Reilly though. They're another one of our trios that's kind of caught inside of these lower layers. And if Pink, Nebs, and Cheetah are doing their job, like I'm sure they are, it's going to be a very tough rotation because they have so much ability to just see where these Void Oni masks are actually leading to and just continue to apply pressure, continue to tag some of these teams. Chap going to recognize the fact that the high ground team now trying to rotate. This could be their opportunity to move, but they need damage first. They're going to have to take a second longer here. They can't afford to rotate while they're getting tagged by the Surge.
That's the issue. Ideally, you want to be ahead of zone, but when you're low on Surge, you need to open up more options to find those tags, and one of the ways to do so is just wait for all these trios to start rotating in and look for shots onto them. But now the difficult part is getting yourself into zone without landing on another trio, and also kind of being able to stay ahead of it. But it looks like they're going to go for a triple Oni. Will it pay off? Looks like it will.
Pink, Nebs, and Chino, Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse. Those are our two teams that are really looking to try and commandeer height at this stage. Naku, Hardcore, they're also not trying to let this one slip through their fingers by any means. Just doing what they can to create space here on the ultimate low ground. Tarping as best they can, but those materials running so incredibly thin so early on.
Yeah, it's the difficult part. It's really hard to take height if you don't have the materials to sustain it. But for Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse, if their zone pulls back to them, this could be huge for them. As even finding a knock onto Scrapped, now you got to be aware where this zone pulls. Do you want to be the first to act? But in the meantime, we got Nako, Hire, Harko, looking to see if they can find an engagement, but they realize they're far side of zone. There's only 8 seconds left till it starts closing. If they take any fight now, it's just going to cause them to stagger. So making the right choice to rotate on ahead and continue forwards.
They're going to be on the low ground to the team on height. That's Nathan and CZB's trio. And when you're playing from that bottom side, Takada, it does leave you relatively exposed to just running through already limited material counts. Nathan continuing to try and crank up for Spooky with a failed height take attempt here. Nearly going to get shut down. Nathan happy to collect that siphon material here. And not only that, but he's going to continue just creating this monumental base out of hard materials. Nobody else has a chance to even look up just yet.
Oh yeah, might have been a misplaced Oni mask from Festroki that caused them to get picked off, but now it's all about Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse holding on, applying that pressure to any trio that looks like they might want to overthrow them. In the meantime, though, we do have trios also deciding, I don't even want to go for height, I just want to play consistent on the low ground, but with the pressure being applied from above, it's just making it that much more difficult.
Now O'Reilly, though, kind of vulturing through the low ground. They've lost Chap along the way, but still doing a relatively strong job at just playing to their strengths as a duo. Only one avoided Oni short
behind you.
though,
Oh,
and Batman,
you got one health. One health.
1 HP.
One shot. Don't take one. Can't take it. Can't. His toe can't touch that storm, bro. Like one. Nope.
No heals. Just an invisibility medallion and a dream.
My God.
Batman needs to find Siphon, needs to find anything he can to recuperate a bit of this HP. The good news is he's staying sprinting. He cannot stop sprinting. He needs to make use of this invisibility. He does exactly that. Finds
Yes. Oh my God. Yo. Siphon. He got the Siphon.
Can he find one more? No, he has
My
to
bad, man.
reload. Has now repositioned, playing the backside of the zone. Generally, you don't want to do this, but when you're a solo, it's just the right play.
See, let's see if he can clutch this.
So far, he's running towards the front side of zone, even trying to see just how much longer he can afford to survive in this type of situation. But Batman climbing.
Oh, he's dead.
Everybody else is built. He had nothing left to his name as far as material is concerned. Finally,
Okay. Give him that. He like literally one health, one shot. He clutched it. Got a Siphon for a moment.
They're gonna just wait for the lock to play itself out.
Looks like Noah with two as CZB, Nathan, and Eclipse are continuing with their dominance above. Issue is they're running low on materials, but Noah is looking unstoppable as he has the medallion. He has 5 eliminations, and he's building up. He's a solo, and he's playing second height. He's feeling incredibly confident right now as he quickly decides, maybe I should drop down a little low. Maybe I should heal up, but you're still second height, Noah. The pressure's on you. You have to drop down further. You have to find some sort of opening here.
Look, there's a method to the madness as far as Noah Riley is concerned. He knows he's got players on the other side of these walls. He's trying to conserve as much of this material that he's left. He knows that he might have the gap, an opening. All he needs is one singular shot. Nathan gonna get clipped, but Noah Riley can't afford to find that closure. Instead gets the chop, continuing to cause mayhem for this team on height.
They don't know where he is. He's invisible. He's sneaky, but he goes down. Noah gets eliminated now as it looks like Easy, Fakey are still up as a duo. The high ground team drops down. It's Eclipse,
oh my God.
It's Nathan, it's CZB. They close out game 3.
It was a battle of height initially, but Nathan, CZB, and Eclipse.
Yeah, that crazy. That Batman kid, dude. I was impressed. 1 health, but he managed to get a kill and get a Siphon for a moment. Yeah, no whites, just no heals.
So many issues. Had that pump shot connected just a little bit better onto Nathan there, Takata, we might have been looking at a slightly different circumstance there for Fakey's team.
A 99% faith, 1% possibility. Noah Riley was going for the 1v3 on height. I mean, I had faith. I wanted to see it happen, but it was a play that was very difficult to actually pull off. And from game 1 to game 2 to game 3 now, it's just been pure high ground domination. I want to see more trios contest this height. It's just so much more difficult said than done. But congratulations to CZB, Eclipse, and Nathan for taking home the 3rd game. Let's see how that's shaking things up back at the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Again, big congrats to this trio. And it's really interesting because I'm kind of used to hearing Nathan and CZB, those names kind of together. And though they performed really well last year in duos, they haven't quite had the same success in trios yet. But they're here to prove, hey, listen, we are still top contenders.
Absolutely. I was really glad they picked up Eclipse because he sort of like fit that mold, right? I know he's in like a similar sort of friend group. He's UK as well, right? So you keep the British trio vibes going. And it's good to see that these guys will be in the Major 1 finals because, like you said, things maybe haven't as clicked as much for them as it did in duos, but they are still really strong. Like, I like the way they played that height, right? You know, they sort of took it from front side, they invested a lot of maps, but they had a really strong height hold. Like, nobody really could sort of look up and seriously look to take it, apart from like the final move in Total where we saw O'Reilly try solo clutch it. I mean, these guys understand how to play the game. I do hope that come, you know, the Major 1 finals, they can be, you know, Uncon Twinkle. I know that's where they like to land. If they can be in that position, who knows where the limit is for these guys.
Yeah, we spoke about it at the beginning of the show. Having those high ground rolls are so important. What the implications are if you're a team that maybe haven't got them sorted out or don't use them effectively well. We saw
right,
that on display right there. We saw Naomi going
quick
ahead,
snack
making
break.
sure that they could stay ahead
Gain a
so
quick
that
snack.
nobody else was going to be able to sort of TP up on front side. I think it was CZB there at the backside, making sure that they were still connected, ensuring that they were solidified up there and just really looking strong. So really nice stuff from this team. They held height really early on. As Takata said, I kind of want to see a little bit more contestation on this high ground. I think it's just the high ground teams have just been so good at holding it that nobody else has a chance.
I like it. I like it. We'll break down more after this short break. Only 2 games left to go before we say goodbye on the day. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
I want my hair's out of place. So is this front right here? I can't. I think even when I comb it back, it still always wants to stay a mess. We're in game. Damn. Now it's been 18 hours for PlayStation down. Holy shit, bro.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just got done with game number 3. Nathan, CZB, alongside Eclipse, got themselves the victory royale from Height, and now they'll be seeing the Major 1 finals. But listen, there's still 2 games to go, so we wanted to kind of break down what we saw from that last game. You know, guys, Lucia, Nefrizzi, and Rakuzan, I wanted to kind of start with them. These guys are so consistent, but for whatever reason, we just can't seem to close out a victory royale. It seems like they have so many of these like amazing skills, and they kind of can hold their own, but the one thing they can't do is get that victory royale. Talk to me about what's going on.
It's weird, right? Because like you say, they keep getting so close. You know, they're the kind of team where, like, again, they have a good game plan that's going to get you to end games, right? And then they have the firepower, the star power to sort of get themselves out of tricky situations and push them deeper in games, right? It's the reason why we've seen clutches from them, moments where as a duo they'll, you know, push really far. The thing is, though, Mini, I don't think they'll be too worried. You know, I just sort of checked Rakuzan or Starkers' Twitter, and he essentially just tweeted like, yeah, we're basically qualified with the points we're on now, right? We can sort of just chill for the next 2 games. What it now means though, right, if they're in I don't know mathematically if they are 100% qualified, but if they're in such a comfortable position, the rest of the lobby will desperately hope that they can win a game, right? I know they've come close, but if they do win a game, then obviously it means that they would be gone from one of those, you know, consistency spots and give another person a chance further down the leaderboard. So I know the rest of the lobby will be hoping they can figure it out.
Okay. I like that. What do you think, Minnie?
Yeah, having someone like that that's sort of already qualified makes things so difficult for the rest of the lobby, because we saw it last week. I think it was in game number 5. I think where Ziandi was pretty much already qualified. They were able to play out all of their materials on that sort of mid-ground layer and then went for height at the end. And all the teams that needed a win, they were the ones that suffered because they were just going up for height, trying to do whatever it takes to actually get a victory royale. When you have a team that just has that flexibility just to play however they like, because they know they've already qualified, all these other teams, as you said, Levin, will be making sure, hoping, I suppose, that this team will get out of the lobby. So far, though, I mean, really impressive stuff. Really nice game plan. No matter what the zone is, it hasn't been all favorable for them, which their 4th, their 3rd, and their 2nd would have made it look like that is the case. It just seems like they're able to keep going in these lobbies no matter what gets thrown at them.
Yeah, and I do want to preface, like, obviously, the victory route would be nice, right, because it just auto-qualifies or whatever. They're still first place in consistency. That's still an amazing feat. I'm just kind of, like, looking ahead a little bit to Major 1 finals and just thinking, how might they hold in the future? Now, you kind of mentioned something there. I wanted to highlight something that was absolutely insane this last game. Noah Rayleigh going sicko mode in a solo clutch situation with the medallion. It means now that Janus is looking at a top 5 from just a single performance, from that single moment where Noah Rayleigh just decides, guys, look, we want consistency points. I'll go out and I'll get that for us.
Hey, the return of trios means the return of prime Noah Rayleigh. I mean, he's been on that sort of comeback journey, right? You know, I think for a period in time, he sort of lost his place in terms of the top heights of competitive Fortnite, especially within the German community. But of late, he's just been playing so well. He's been getting back to his best form, and that clutch mini showed us exactly why, you know, he was respected as one of the best players in the world way back in the day in the time of trios.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a throwback there for us watching Noah Rayleigh go about his stuff, just striking his stuff. The confidence surely will be flowing through his veins right now. And of course, it puts the team in a really nice situation inside of that top 10 where they need to be to get that qualification there on the leaderboard. So that's going to have huge implications for the rest of their games here. We have 2 more left. And I think what else it showed there was that invisibility coin, how good that can be when it comes to solo clutching there at the end. We talk so much about how good Island is when it comes to that storm surge, when it comes to playing height, but even just having that invisibility coin just allows you to stay alive for that much longer in the game. So even that in itself is worth going for Island for.
Okay. Guys, I was looking at the standings, and there's something that's missing. None of the French trios we
were
talked about
refreshing the PlayStation page, and we see if this can back up, bro.
Games left to go.
This is really
scary,
shit. Yeah.
I don't like what I'm seeing.
I mean, that's going to be the story throughout the whole year, right? Can we see any of these French teams qualify to globals in Lyon?
They must.
Like, they must. French fans want to see them do it. Major 1 in theory is like the hardest one, right? Because it's the one with the least amount of spots to actually qualify to globals. But yeah, you want to see some of these French teams at least make it to the Major 1 finals to show at least there's some hope here. So 2 big games coming up for sure.
Yeah, and they tried it. I mean, we saw Andalex right there switching back over to Twinkle Terrace off spawn would have helped Nathan and CZB, of course, get that victory royale in terms of their Storm Surge off spawn. So they're trying to change things up, trying to shift things in terms of maybe shifting things into their favor and maybe getting a little bit of extra early surge, but we'll see what they can do in the final 2 games.
Only 2 games left to go, Mini. 2 games. We're looking for the victory royale or to end these 5 games in the top 5 as far as consistency is concerned. Let's run it back. The best taco, Tokata, over to you.
Thanks so much, guys. And hey, look, it's been a tough time for the Frenchies, right, Takata? But you still have Havix and Nathan kind of representing, at least securing that victory royale. So there is going to be some power of France coming out of Group 2 so far. But whether or not that battle for height actually takes place, that's something that some of these other teams can definitely take note of.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I wouldn't be surprised if that starts changing.
Here we go. Game 4.
Matches. We don't have
One
to
more
wait
game left
long
then.
because the battle
Next.
bus is ready. So let's get into the second last match of the day.
Lobby lobby number 4, game 4, Takata, and it's not now or never, because obviously these teams still have one more game left to work with. But if you are outside of that top 10 position currently on the leaderboard, you can expect that there is, I think, a lot of nerves and pressure certainly starting to build, because last chance qualifiers already looking relatively dicey for some of the teams that didn't even make it out of Group 1.
For some of the teams where it's looking dicey, like Andalex's trio, it looks like they're actually changing up their drop spot to Twinkle Terrace. This is where Nathan CZB and Eclipse were dropping, so they said, okay, you know what? It's going to be uncontested most likely. Let's go for it. Luckily enough, no other trios had the same idea. And like you were mentioning, Taco, being the second to last game, throughout game 1, 2, and 3, we've just seen high ground domination. But I wouldn't be surprised if in these last 2 games, we see a lot more trios kind of contesting that height because of what's on the line.
Oh shit.
And height might not be the only
think
thing
contesting POI.
contested here, as one more time,
Demon's
again,
Dojo.
a little bit of a run back here for Pink's trio, now being conned at Demon's Dojo
Ooh,
by Turtle Baby Pigeon's team. Pink, though, knows this drop like the back of his hand, just waiting to make sure that he's got at least a decent enough loadout. With that Sentinel Pump, he can certainly make something promising happen here. It's just a matter of time getting his builds in order to make sure that he can properly challenge this with Chino.
Yeah, you can see how quickly he's rotating through. It's like it's his daily morning routine, getting looted quickly and claiming that space at main here at Demon's Dojo. Even the elevated position with the Oni mask, but he realized that his opponents have done the same. They've already started securing chests, and they've just cut out a lot of the loot here.
I think what Pink's team might even look to do is potentially revisit this exchange once Vegeta and them actually try and make a play for Night Rose. We'll have to wait and see. Clement, Sloxe, Floki also find themselves caught up in a little bit of a battle here with Fuzzy. But currently, seems like Clement might be getting the better end of this. No. Tag from behind, though. Decent amount of his shields lost there by Brownie, as Floki might just drop from overhead. Got the Oni pump. Oh. Looking for that first knock and manages to secure it onto Fusey. But it's an eye for an eye at this point. Brownie's team, though, can't hold on. Double revive now onto Clement and Francois Strong.
Putting work in with that Oni shotgun. As now they've started off with 3 eliminations. It's good news for this trio. They don't have to focus as much on damage until later into the mid game. Now it's all about loot and getting out of that POI quickly. For Craig, though, Azat looks like 105 points. So far looking pretty strong. One solid end game is all it would take for this trio to make it further. I mean,
yeah, that
I was just going to say that this trio has not made an FNCS finals yet, so seeing how they already have 105 points, they're not too far from 10th place, right, Taco?
No, definitely not. In fact, it's going to put them right there on the cusp. But look back at how Pix successfully confirmed a nice elimination there for his team. Alex trying to see if he can help out Sato. Marco caught in the thick of it. He's going to be the first one to get knocked. Likely picked Queen here. But Sato and Alex, they might have done just enough. Vesi's not going to be able to actually close in onto that knock. Instead, it's going to be an actual turn and burn scenario here for Alex and Sato. He just needs to get one more to finish the job. But the tags are coming through. And Alex, Sato, having a relatively rough time here. They will manage to find Abdallah inside all the mess, though.
Oh yeah, quick cleanup from Andalex on the 2 players inside of his box. The third one decided, you know, there's a little too risky now in the 1 versus 2. I'm just going to disengage, but that's just what Andalex and Sato needed. They didn't want to take another risk. Sato had no shields. Andalex was the healthy one, so it would have almost been a 1 versus 1. As we look back over to Nefrizzi, Lucia, and in-game Rakuzan, but that is Starkus, who are basically already in. They're the highest team in terms of, you know, points on the consistency leaderboard. Be cool if they closed it out with a victory royale, though, especially seeing that Nefrizzi has yet to get one, despite being the player that has competed in the second most reboot style matches in the world, as Levin mentioned. So, you know, I think even though they're already almost qualified through consistency, a victory royale would be a nice little cherry on top.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely at this point that they find themselves knocked outside of that consistency section of the leaderboard, Takata, but for these other teams, Des pointed it out, it would be very nice if Naku's team, or excuse me, the Freezies could actually find that Victor Royale, because then it just bumps everybody else up one more. Makes that gap all the easier to try and close as far as actually securing your spot on the consistency side of the leaderboard.
Ooh. Wait a second, though. It looks like back in the snowy side of the map, Volko for Strokey have got themselves into a little brawl, but it's down to a 2 versus 1.
Ooh, shit.
Skizzy, mind if I
Right
just
next to it, though.
try and escape here for Strokey, though? Gonna be forced to back up. Recuperate some of those shields. Volko, though, trying to see if he can get those tags. But he might even chase this one out. In fact, won't even need to. Nake's gonna actually collect Skizzy on that escape attempt. A team already moved into the heart of Warriors Watch now means that Volko and Frostroki could find themselves next up if they're not careful, considering that they are just a duo looking for that reboot ban opportunity.
Yeah, quick cleanup, but don't want to get too risky, especially when you see a full trio finish off your elimination. Kind of just let them have it. As we look back at Noah, I was feeling some type of way when I saw Noah contesting height in the 1v3 last game. I know he's got that built up kind of confidence inside him now for this upcoming match, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something big come from this trio.
I mean, when it comes to Noah Riley, though, I don't think that confidence ever left. He was definitely moving some type of way in the last moments of Game 3. Almost makes you wonder. Darkos, though, on the other hand, he is in a world of hurting here, just trying to see if he can reconvene with Haiku, but he knows that he's being completely chased down, looking for anywhere to try and slip through. But
Oh, I think it's
Nako
easy. Yeah.
not willing to give this
And
one
chase.
up. And I fear the worst is soon to come here, because Nako and Hart, they are just doing everything they can to cut this player off.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Darkos, to be fair, when you've got 3 different players looking for various angles on you, but I believe there's even another trio on the hill taking shots, so you really got to be careful. Darkos is doing a great job of staying up, though, to be fair. Kind of jumping through builds, jumping through windows, doing what he can now with a bit of time to pop a med kit and potentially even a big pot here.
Definitely sending Haruka and Nako at least on a ring around the rosy journey, and now they've got to be extremely careful as far as actually trying to chase this one out, because the shots come through. It's going to be Chap's team hanging out on that mountainside, and they've got pay-per-view scenes here of the fact that there's at least one player trying to run away from a full team, so they know that these teams, they're not working together by any means. Chap going to be the first one down, even preemptively placing the Void Oni TP in case he catches himself biting off a little bit more than he could chew, but with such a strong overview, Kid Ed going to get ate apart here, just shredded.
These tags can be incredibly beneficial for Chap, Noah, and Yanis here, because as you can see at the bottom right, the zone is pulling a bit towards them, which means they're going to be on the dead side if it continues to do so, and that's just going to open up a lot of kind of safety for them. The issue is, with that safety comes less opportunities to get damage, so if they're able to farm as much damage as possible here, even maybe take the fight, it could be enough for them to just kind of play calm and collected with a great positioning for the late game. As it looks like Chap might be doing exactly that, looking for angles, looking for openings, but so far nothing big connecting.
Have to remember that this is Chap that we're talking about. Guy is like the prime when it comes to fighters on the region. Noah Riley also backing him up, just creating so much space, making sure that Nako and Haruka, they're going to have a really difficult time looking for the disengage here, but Yanis might have found himself in a spot of trouble. forced down from his perch.
Yeah, a lot of metal used on
Oh
that.
man,
Now
Trio's going
another
at it.
trio
Oh, one is in zone, one is
taking
not.
both of
Oh,
the trios
getting
as
get high
well.
to get up there.
Yeah, that way, that's crazy. They got the reboot, it seems. Came back for a bit of
They did.
revenge. As now Chap, Yanis, and Noah are going to say, okay, this is taking a bit too long. We're going to
I'm like, nah, we're explaining what happened to this.
So we're just going to recuperate that, continue making our way towards zone. But I guess the issue for Doggo's and his trio coming from the reboots is now, how are they going to get enough loot? How are they going to get enough mats? Refresh would be ideal, but hopefully they can figure it out.
Ooh, wow. Nice beams from afar there by Floki, just playing from inside the storm. We've also got Pink's team threatening Putrix's. A little bit more mid-map positions for both of these trios involved, and seems the intent from Pink's team at least is rotate a slightly separate direction. They got their tags. Now they just want to make sure they're reserving as much of the material as need be, but still looking to cover their backs where necessary.
And just 20 seconds left on this third zone until the see where the fourth one appears. Once again, a reminder that fourth zone is when Rift Island, Shogun's Arena comes through. So see players trying to kind of position themselves maybe a bit more elevated if it does end up pulling towards them, but probably the least of their worries in this part of the game where they need to get more damage. They need to continue farming their hard mats, especially metal. As we look at Memo here.
Plus, Pink's team, honestly, they might need to be the team that takes Shogun's Arena, just because when you think about how this game started off, it's this trio right here, Fid, Pigeon, Vegeta, and Turtle, that kind of played a little bit of spoiler alert, just splitting the loot at Demon's Dojo, and now it might come at a cost here. So many teams currently fighting it out by Foxy Floodgate. They're kind of revisiting that point. It's that Pink's team, they need the resources potentially that's provided by Shogun's Arena, but it's going to be two separate trios that have the same mentality here. Skrill and Hellfire, though, not looking too good. Nefrizi getting the better end of these third-party exchanges onto Strath as well.
Yeah, I mean, Nefrizi, Lucia, and Starkus kind of have the freedom of being number one on the consistency leaderboard to play.
Oh shit! Oh shit! For the Shogun.
Much more confident, but it could lead to their demise. They take down one, but Starkus goes down as well, turning it into a 2 versus 2. Shogun Boss now joining the party as it looks like another elimination is going to come through for Nefrizi, and they're going to close out the whole trio.
While it might be a brief celebration, Marino gonna quickly ruin the fun. Instead, though, he gets absolutely shut down, jumping straight into Nefrizi's box. Thinking this is an injured trio. Instead, it's the other end of the pump. Nefrizi, one more time, continuing to fight back, just refusing to roll over and let himself get eliminated by this fresh team that tried to roll up onto the island.
Quickly gonna decide though, too much chaos with Shogun over there just exploding through your builds. Not a place you want to take a fight at, especially having lost Starkus in the Russell. So now they're gonna go back and see what they can do about that, as Dre is gonna be able to secure Shogun's Arena.
Well, considering that they lost Marino, it could be very difficult for this team to
Ooh.
actually maintain this
Is the
position
Shogun gonna fall
on
again?
top
that was funny as hell.
Arena.
I thought that trio lost it, we lost everything. Kill the Shogun and Lou just dropped all of them to the floor. Like, holy shit. And then it's started to get back down there. Especially with the high winds up there. Plus, there's someone gonna beam you. It's just like a flying target.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of playing all or nothing. 30 points on the board. A victory royale is really what they want here. But it's not going to be so easy in the fourth match. There's a lot of trios that want that VR. On the other hand, though, you said, we talked about Pink earlier. I mean, they're in 10th place. They are right on the borderline of qualifying through consistency, which is why they took the safer route in that early game engagement. They can't take any risks. They're just trying to secure as many points as possible, and that's just the position that Nako, Harko, and Kide is also in.
Oh!
They do have that fishing rod to try and secure those extra little shield fish right before the end game.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
I can't be here when I'm fishing.
It's just crazy
There's some
to
shield
think
fish and
that
floppers.
And Nako, they've pretty much been chased by.
Oh shit, Garcia. Right there, right next to them. All they do is just shoot in.
Splitting pins position very south of the map. The fact that they are now currently both still rotated in the same area. Just wonder how much of it has been these teams kind of evenly exchanging blows, which is why Hardcore even forced to kind of look for that fishing opportunity, because they need to recuperate those resources somehow.
Yeah, I mean, if you know that the other trio beside you is also fishing, it's kind of safe to assume that they'll be comfortable peeking you and taking a bit of that damage, as they can just be recuperated from the fish. So it's a good opportunity to get those tags. Andalex, Sato, and Marco, I believe over 300 damage on top of the surge threshold, so they're not in too much of a worry yet. It is 5th zone, so 74 players are gonna be what you need later on, as now the pressure is gonna continue.
Just such a forced fight right now, though, for Faded's team. When you're sitting nearly 300 below that damage threshold, and you know that it's only a matter of seconds, essentially, before you're gonna also have to deal with some of these surge ticks. Karma as well. This is a team that doesn't necessarily need the damage. Sure, it'd be nice just because they're about 200 above. Karma's got to be careful, though. The way that he's actually choosing to open up some of these walls, he's got to make sure that he's still maintaining control of these boxes, because Faded certainly looking to barrel right through.
Yeah, now the pressure is on as it has reached the 6th zone.
Okay, they can get in. Are they gonna get in? Oh my god! Oh my god! Third race. Ah, GG's.
Pressure here. They have to take this engagement as Figueroa's gone down. Tricks now on the upper hand. Has lost a teammate. Karma was just a sliver of HP, but if he can get one more,
It's done.
it could
Or
be
not.
enough. Just a single shot
Get a siphon?
to connect, but he has to reload that.
Get the siphon.
And he does just that. Tricks now with 3 eliminations, but it looks like another trio has come on through.
Even with the siphon being active, Tricks just forced to try and bail out. Regardless, it would not have been a very prime opportunity. He would have essentially been left as a solo in the first place. That revive dream getting shut down the moment that this new trio rolled in. And off in the distance, Alba trying to make history currently with her team. Potentially one of the, trying to be first woman to qualify for a major one of finals here today.
He's solo.
Rough go so far, but Victor Royale, that's all it takes, Takata. Just one
Make sure
win
you're
and
clear.
you are in.
Exactly. That is all it takes. 1 VR, 1 match. You could have 0 points, Taco, going into the last match and still qualify if you're able to get that VR. We've seen how dominant High Ground has been. As we continue to move on to Fistroki here and Batman that are 116 above.
Yeah, I mean, would definitely be a historic moment, though, for women across the EU scene if Alba could make herself the first to qualify for Major One Finals here on EU. But again, this is just so dire for some of these teams that are kind of caught in the more congested side of this zone. Fistroki lost his shields entirely. The lobby just taking notice of these teams that are slightly later in for these rotates.
Yeah, you have to be careful, because if you look at the 7th zone at the bottom right, there is a chance that this 8th zone is going to pull towards the hill. So if you're planning where to kind of position yourself for the upcoming zones, you want to kind of put yourself in a place where it's easy to get on that elevation later on. For Nako, Kire, and Haruko, though, they've lost a teammate, now forced to play it out as a duo, and this is a team that's right on that borderline of qualifying through consistency, so having to do it as a duo before the moving zones have even started is a difficult position to put yourself into, but that pressure is what you need to create diamonds.
Pixie, I know what you are, but this is definitely what we've been asking for, though, right? Teams to really try and take head on that battle for the high ground. Right now, Putrix up against the likes of Pink's trio. Chino, Pink, gonna teleport in even, but they're not the only ones looking to clash. Currently, Yeezy, Fakey, and Moser coming up on the boxes just behind PKR, but their position going to be given away because they need damage, and they have to make it happen now.
Love to see a pre-edit come through here, something that they can capitalize on, having that full trio with basically full HP. You know, there's going to be a lot of solos, duos, and even trios with low shields, so having that potential advantage to take a risky engagement might just be the move here, but it looks like they're going to decide to just rotate on in, maybe try and look behind them for some tags, but the pressure's on them now. They have to be careful, don't want to fall down below, don't want to get dropped to an imposing trio looking for that damage.
Batman's team, they might have the intentions though to just chop out those floors from underneath. Fakies, Nako, not going to be able to get the job done here. Pink, Nebs, and Chino credited with that elimination. 3 in total, so doing an excellent job though at maintaining their surge. All things considered, when you have such a heavy disruptor for your early game, like what we saw from being contested unexpectedly, Takada, the fact that they're in this current position, all they really need to do is just break their way through to the high ground.
Oh yeah, it's easier said than done though, especially if you're in Festroki's position on the literal opposite side of the zone, having to do the furthest rotate possible in this 8th zone, as now it's starting to come to a close. These trios have 55 seconds now to plan their not only rotate to get into the zone, but the next rotate as well, and that's exactly what Pink, Nebs, and Chino are doing here on the mountain, is staying ahead, but Festroki's gonna find one.
Sturkey finds one. Keep in mind though, saw Clement teleporting into
the
surge base.
Oh, the race.
Pre-existently owned by them as well. Could be some real problems for Pink's trio. Giannis, Noah Riley is well in the distance. Cringe, Cold, Solo is just kind of stuck on the outskirts of where all this attraction is pulling in. But Clement, Slaxe, and Floki, having already set up this surge base in advance, they're going to find an optimal elimination onto Fakey and just continuing to try and spray down these secondary height layers.
It's the perfect position though, north side of zone, right on the mountain. If it ends up pulling back towards them, it's going to be the perfect pull to maintain height, and even if it pulls away, they have so much elevation that they can instantly use those Oni masks without as much of a risk of getting blocked off by other players. Unfortunately for the team on height, it is going to pull back down south, so there's no longer that intense elevation, and now for the trios that were a little bit more scuffed per se, not as much mats or heals or anything, are going to have a bit more time to breathe.
This is looking very nice though for Noah Riley, Giannis, and Chap, as now the TPs to front side are going to come through from the team on high. Clement trying to do what he can to crank up, make sure that they still maintain it. Decent amount of materials as well, a lot of commitment to hard mats here, Takada. They clearly want this under their control.
Be careful though, as Chino now trying to get ahead, might even land on height. Unfortunately, he's just 2 HP and a dream.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's
getting now. He knows it's the way to play.
Oh my god. Oh, it's getting risky.
With 0 materials is now
this high, bro.
Another solo that he can pick off, that refresh needed.
Oh, damn.
But with only 2 HP, he doesn't have
he can't have a choice. If it took one, like, if his toe touched that storm, it was wraps.
Immediately, Chap, Giannis, Noah Riley on the other hand, kind of working their way through this secondary height layer. They have so much space established, all of these boxes belonging to them, kind of looking up, down, everywhere around. Noah Riley catches Floki up on the high ground, goes for a brief chop attempt, but the way that the zone is pulled, they want to make sure they maintain their spot on that secondary height. They want to make sure they stay ahead of the pack.
Issue on that is that the pressure from the high ground team is on second height, so although they have a great position, they know that the high ground team is aware of that, continuing to keep eyes on them. Festroki, though, left as a solo, is gonna take down Sado. Be careful, though, it's another full duo in that box, is gonna be able to make it out, though. Now Medkit gonna be popped, trying to survive just a little longer.
Sturkey just taking full advantage of Sato having been distracted there, and he's not the only one. The low ground just becoming so chaotic here. But Noah Riley with the high take, they're going to teleport up to the high ground. Giannis, though, no, he gets taken out inside of these secondary height layers. Chap as well going to fall. It's exclusively Noah Riley, but we've seen this one before. Just last game, Takada, Noah Riley was making some craziness happen as a solo.
It's the Noah Riley Show, Season 2.
Oh my god.
Pre-release, can he continue?
Solo, can you clutch this?
Forced to clutch it out again, as so many duos and trios are still up. The good news is, full shield, full HP, even a spare water sprite to close it off.
Right, but it's going to be Kifo's trio who actually prospers at the end of it all. Can they hold on to it, though? is the question. Sluxe now in the low ground layers, catches Clement trying to just trail right behind him, staying as close to his teammate as possible, seeing if they can catch out another player. But Floki, the moment that he goes for the edit, just gets taken out.
Gotta be careful. BKR now with 4 eliminations, trying to get back ahead of zone, was so far behind, needs to group up with his team, but he's got a trail of enemies following him as it's pure chaos on the low ground. Clement doing what he can to stay invisible, stay sprinting, finding that opening for that shotgun shot, but Kifo up above is going to be looking to close this one out.
Medallion might just be the difference maker here, though, for Clement, causing so many issues. Out of the seat, though, finally going to be able to take him down. And Takada, with only one player left inside.
Oh, GG's. He died in storm check.
Was attempting to go for the heal off. That was really the only option they had left at that point. But the battle for high ground fizzled out. And
damn. I remember chat. Okay, need to go to the quick bathroom.
Only saw my face, Taco, licking my lips when I see another Spanish trio taking home a victory royale, and the Cito Kifo Maravik are able to close this one out. They did it in Group 1. Now, once again, another team representing Spain has done it in Group 2. And once again, Taco, from the high ground, the good news is there was a bit more contestation this time around.
Yeah, that high ground just left so many teams torched. They just had nothing left in the tank, it felt like. So, for the Citos team, they knew, calm, cool, collected. We've got so much more time than the rest of these guys. Even if they didn't necessarily have the hard material, it didn't necessarily matter because they knew just how messy those low ground layers actually became. And the work kind of did itself for this team, but, you know, advantage of the opportunity was the play here. Gotta say congratulations to them, but also gotta see what the Death has to say.
What I have to say here is finally we see a battle for height. I thought it wasn't going to happen, Levin. I thought people were just going to walk away with high ground. It was going to be just another easy day in Fortnite. But finally, this trio said, you know what? We need to fight for this. If we want to secure a spot in the Major 1 Finals, we will fight for it right here, right now. And they push out Noah Riley of all people and then go on to win the game. So well fought from them.
No, absolutely. I mean, it only took us 4 games to see a build fight for it, but you know, we get there eventually. And I think it sort of makes sense, Minnie, when you look at the context of like the timing in the tournament, right? We're running out of games. Teams like this, who maybe are lower down in the leaderboards, you know, you have to start to make a push, right? So, you know, I think they were 30th going into that match. Like, that is crazy for them to get the win now because it was their only hope, it's their only option. For the team that they were fighting in Noah Riley's, right, those guys are a bit high up in the leaderboard. It's why Noah Riley, there's no, you know, reason for him to just stay up there fighting for it. You might as well try clutch up more placement points. These guys had to get height to win the game and to make the finals.
Yeah, they had 9 points going into this game, so this format perfectly described, perfectly shown exactly what it can do for teams that are lower down on the leaderboard. And for this team in particular, they took height at a really good time. As you said, it was Janice's team that were going up there at the same time. They just seemed to have a little bit more in the tank. They got those eliminations, and they had the materials to ride it out. First FNCS finals for all 3 of them as well, so big congratulations to all of them.
That's right. You know they're on top of the world right now. They just have one thing left to do. Focus on the Major 1 Finals. When we return after this short break, we'll set up for the last game of the day here in EU in Heat number 2. One last chance for these duels to either punch their ticket in the consistency or get that victory all to make Major 1 Finals. We'll see you after this short break.
Alright, so this is the last game of EU Group 2. NA is gonna will start around 4:45 p.m. So we got time between. That's gonna wrap it up, and probably gonna end like 2:30, 3. So we got time to play some run some games. Oh my god, bro, the PlayStation this year now, like right now, since PlayStation has been down for over 18 hours, it is now the second largest outage of all time. The first one back in 2011 was over 24 days. Holy shit, bro, we haven't seen nothing like this. Damn, oh my god, a 24 days outage for PlayStation. Damn, it was like 14 years ago. Holy shit, bro, this can't be. Are they go on like PlayStation and Sony go for some big weird record? I don't know. And they're pissing off everyone, especially you know their loyal fans. But for real, we better get some heavy compensation now. I'm talking about like what, a lifetime of PlayStation Plus. For real, that can only make it. That could only be right.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is it, the last game in heat number 2. We need a victory royale or to place top 5 in consistency, or we're gonna have to take things to the last chance qualifier. We don't want that. We want to make it through to the Major 1 finals right here, right now. Again, if you missed it, Kifo, Marvik, and Adesito got themselves a victory royale, and they needed it. They only had 9 points going into that last game, but this means they will now look forward to the Major 1 finals.
Yo, what's up? Oh, he said, hey,
there's a couple things we need to discuss because
hey, welcome in.
This battle for that top 5 in the consistency is extremely close. What we did see after the
Sorry,
last
I didn't see your message. I was looking over Twitter, seeing the PlayStation still down. Oh, what's up? What's up? Welcome in.
Done, right? They still have
We're doing the FNCS watch party.
Yeah, still plenty of work, but I mean, I think coming into this, maybe, right,
this is the last game of EU Group 2.
Uncontested Magic Mosses, I mean, we looked at it and said it looks sort of favorable, right? So they're sort of where you expect them to be at this stage. The journey to get here, maybe not as smooth sailing as others would have expected, but they're in pole position now. They just need to hold on here in this last game.
Yeah, I talked about at the beginning of the show how this team are more of a sort of mid to low ground team, right? So I was a little bit surprised to see them up on high. Wasn't so surprised to see them not hold on to it and end up getting chopped down to then go ahead and play low ground. The zones just didn't quite work out in their favor. I think it was the 9th zone that just pulled the complete opposite side. They tried to hold it like we've seen teams do. Didn't really work out for them, but I think for them, just having the ability to say, right, okay, we don't need this win. This is not absolutely vital for us right now. We need to make sure that we can actually just hold out, get as much of those placement points as possible in order to be in as good as a possible position at the end.
Well, you say that, Mini, but the trend on their games is interesting, right? Because they started off the day with a 24th, not the best game. Then they got a 6th, good game.
All right, 3 minutes left until the last game of EU.
Good game. So, you know, on the balance of things, it don't look like they're about to have a great next game, just based off of the pattern. So hopefully, you know, they can sort of break out of that cycle, because this is a team that a lot of people want to see in the Major 1 finals.
You just had to jinx them, didn't you, Levin? You just had to jinx them. We'll hope that doesn't happen, right? Like they said, just hold on, just make the points, do what you got to do to secure that spot. We wanted to also highlight Pink as well, just outside of that top 5. They need about like 15 points to just kind of contest and break in, but then they need more, right? We need to kind of push ourselves super hard in this last game if we want to make sure we secure a spot.
Absolutely, and it's a weird one for me because I've watched these guys a lot, and I can safely say, like, these guys have a great understanding of how to play the game this season. The problem that they have had, and that's been consistently an issue for them throughout the season, is just the execution, right? It's all good and well knowing exactly what you need to do and when, but you have to execute on it, and that's been sort of the problem. You see them in situations like this here where, you know, Nebs or somebody will go down at a critical moment in the game where you just can't afford for anyone to go down, and they're in a scary spot because all the pressure rides on them in this final game now.
Yeah, and they had a really good start today, didn't they? Third place in that first game, now just off the back of a 14th, 13th just before that as well. So it seems like they're going down at these moments in the game where they need to just squeeze out some extra placements, get some of those refreshes in order to stay alive for that little bit longer to sort of break into that top 10. We saw them do it really, really well in game number 1. And I think for them, we haven't really seen them get a really favorable zone yet. So they've had to travel a long distance as well. So interested to see how
who's gonna take a last first place for the last 1,000 points.
Play. They just need to get over that line.
1 game left. See, he's getting it. Who's more hungry?
We also wanted to highlight 8th place here really quickly. Noah Riley, Janice, and chat. I mean, we saw not that long ago Noah really kind of pull out this solo clutch to pull them into that top 10, which is really like a top 5 at the end of this. But again, similar situation, right, boys? We have to just hold on. If we go down too early, we're opening up now for everyone else to go, okay, they can be pushed out of that top 10.
Yeah, it'd be really weird to not see these guys make it. I feel like coming into this group, they were a team that most people expected to do it. They've come close. It feels weird seeing them lose that fight on hype, right? Like, you know, if you had told me that these guys were going to go up against
last game, there's a couple seconds left.
You know, in 11th zone, I would have told you, yeah, I'm taking Chatmate. You know, like, that's the guy I'm betting on in every situation, but yeah, it doesn't quite pan out for them there. So hopefully we see, you know, them not allow that to ruin their momentum here in this last game.
They have been good today, though. I mean, I'm looking at their placements: 20th, 7th, 3rd, and then a 5th right there. They have been really, really consistent. They've been really into those, getting into those sort of top 10 situations. So they just need to do that again for the final game. They just need to keep doing what they're doing. They haven't picked up so many eliminations. They haven't been so good at that fragging power that we know that some individuals in that trio do have. But they just need to keep doing what they're doing, keep making it to those end games, and they should be able to squeeze out enough points.
Here we go, boys. Last ride of the day. Game number 5, the Victory Royale, or be top 5 in consistency after this. For the last time today, Tokata, the best taco, take it away.
Thank you, Zeke. I'm feeling the pressure. You're getting me stressed out. Look, one thing that we've learned in these final matches, Taco, is anything is possible. The previous trio that just secured the Victory Royale was 3rd place. If you inverted the leaderboard, they were literally at the bottom half, and all it took was 1 Victory Royale to qualify. We've got teams on the borderline: Pink, Nako, Noah, all on the borderline of qualifying through consistency. It's go for the VR or go for consistency, and this is the last match to decide it all.
It is winner take all. Who can get that? Who can get the first place, the last game, that last 1,000 points? See who's more hungry for that first place right now. Let's get it. Let's see it.
What's scary here, Taco, is the trios that are contested. We saw that Pink is one of those trios that is having a little bit of trouble at Demon's Dojo. Not because they can't win that fight, but just taking that fight is a risk in itself when you're so close to qualifying through consistency. They don't need a massive game. They just need to make it to the end game, and this early game fight is going to decide that.
The Pink's trio finds their moment. Be hard-pressed to believe that they wouldn't try to take it, but Vegeta, Faded Pigeon, Turtle, they are not making it easy because, at the very least, they're splitting this POI, and it's so annoying, I would imagine, for Pink's trio specifically, because they went the first 2 lobbies not having to worry about it, and then the next thing you know, conned. Not gonna say that it was unexpected entirely though, but Chino, Pink, Nevs, it seems like they'd rather give up some of the more ideal positioning for the time being, just stay together as a team because they don't want to find themselves outside of that consistency measure.
I'm feeling the pressure myself, Taco. Giannis, Chap, and Noah. Good news for them is they do have Masked Meadows uncontested, so they can focus purely on looting efficiently and playing for their mid game. Not all trios are this lucky when they're going for the consistency, but it looks like the M8 squad from Gentle Mates are getting themselves into a 3v3 here. 45 points on the board. They're going to be playing a bit more towards that Victory Royale.
I mean, they have to play for the Victory Royale at this point, Takata. They're left with no other options, and for Pig, Starman, Damus, they're a team that's basically already squalled off of the consistency points alone, so this fight leaning in their favor already, and that's not even counting the elimination that we just saw Darn get onto X-Squeeze. Unfortunately, Podesai as well has fallen. Darm picks Damus. They get the
Wait, is my mic good? Let me see.
this go round.
Am I mic good?
And that's gonna seal it. We'll see in the last chance qualifier as far as Gentle Mates are concerned.
Sure, yeah, because I get worried with my mic. Sometimes it'll shut up by itself, or like not maybe have a squeaky voice or static. I gotta check it every now and then.
Look back into Karma at Brutal Boxcars. This is a very difficult drop to play if you're contested. If you're uncontested, you can make use of the train, you can kind of calculate your whole split, but when you're contested, it kind of messes that whole situation up. So the good news is if you are able to come out on top quickly, I mean, you'll have that bit of damage and surge going into the late game, which is crucial, especially if you're looking for the victory royale.
Karma, though, probably hoping that a third party doesn't roll up anytime soon. Not exactly the greatest fighting loadout of all time. You'll see them kind of trying to scurry away from that position there inside of Brutal Boxcars, head a little bit more towards those mountains, maybe play off of that elevation to get additional tags, at the very least just be able to scout out the perimeter and make sure that they're not getting challenged just so soon after winning their last exchange.
Oof. They were potentially looking for a quick 3-2-1 there, but the opposing
And
team
we have
did catch them.
solo cash in 9 days, which is on the 17th, February 17th.
Because I'm trying to say, yeah, they're just going to Oni mask around them, continue rotating through, get a bit more centered in the zone, making sure they're getting as many materials as possible. Now, on your rotate, it's quite simple to get wood and brick, but the issue is finding kind of stops and including that in your rotation to find metal. Brutal Boxcars might be one of the options here, but from what I'm seeing, I think they're just looking for a bit of damage at this point.
Slaxa and Clement, though, they're trying to take matters into their own hands. They want to be the ones fully in control of their fate. If they're able to get a successful team wipe at Brutal Boxcars, that could be the difference to set them up and break the pattern, right, that Levin had kind of highlighted has been sort of sitting next to them all day long here. PKR, though, punished while trying to farm some material from Pink at the mountainside. Pink, Nevs, and Chino also trying to commandeer how this Lobby 5 actually breaks out for them.
Yeah, they might want to just even force a fight here. They got less loot for having to split.
We're a bird or not, right?
It looks like they did a bit of damage, but it's just so stressful when it's literally your last chance to qualify. You're on the borderline, even if you're confident. Playing mechanically is just a risk you really don't want to take. So I guess we'll see a lot of more soft engagements come from this trio until they have a clear option of, you know, an advantage in one of these fights that they can go all out in, but it's going to be a bit more of a safer route for Pink, Nebs, and Chino as we look at a trio in a similar situation, Volko, Fastroki, and Batman.
For some of these teams that have that more veteran experience, though, like Pink, like Nebs, you almost have to play this lobby as if it isn't your last, because you don't want hesitation to then cause problems with commitment to your strategy. And that's something that I think even some of Fortnite's finest can definitely encounter as a difficult measure, especially when everybody would love to be in the Major 1 finals, but the reality is, Takata, only 10 of these teams are going to be able to confirm it here today. One more victory royale, the rest to be determined by their consistency and placement on the leaderboard. It's just such a tough metric to hit.
It's easier said than done, too. Not only the qualification, but I mean just not feeling that stress. I mean, it's the last game of potentially one of your last chances to qualify. So even if you know you want to just play confident and aggressive, it's difficult to do, you know? Like, that pressure is going to be in the back of your mind, even if you have that experience competing. To completely just eliminate that is quite difficult emotionally, but like you said, these are veterans of Fortnite competitive. They've been training for years, and some of them are able to do exactly that. We saw Noah's confidence in these matches, something you said never left, as they continue to just kind of look around for opportunities to get tags.
Yeah, if anybody's been able to overcome pressure today, it's definitely Noah Riley, but realistically, all that trio needs is to actually be a trio in those final moments, because that might just be the one separating factor. And of course, we're always going to have the best view, right? Being able to witness everything that the players are actually choosing, where everybody actually scopes out on the map inside of some of these final moving zones. But Noah Riley, if he's doing that with Giannis and Chap next to him, that's a victory royale in the making.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'd like to see one of these trios that are already incredibly high on the leaderboard, like Frizzy or anyone that's kind of already qualified through consistency, just take home the VR in this last game to show that they're not going to let it go easily. But I'm seeing a lot more kind of safe plays in this last match, as we are kind of seeing the trios that are on that borderline of qualifying. Meanwhile, I'm sure the ones who are kind of on the bottom end are playing maybe even a bit more aggressive, going for fights instead of just long-range tags and things that kind of have high payouts. But it looks like Pink, Nebs, and Chino might be doing just that.
Dangerous situation here, though, because for Pink's team, if they get shut down here and now, Damus's, like I mentioned earlier, they're already set based off of their points acquired here today. Nez, Pink, and Chino, though, they want these materials. They want everything that Pix has to offer here. Gotta be careful, though. This is Damus's backyard, essentially, at Pump Power. If there's ever going to be a team that knows how to maneuver through Pumped, it's certainly this one.
100%, but from what we can see, it's just the continuation of these soft engagements, not putting everything at risk, more just doing what they can to secure damage and back off. You can see still a good amount of materials, now in a good position to recuperate metal too at Pumped Power, as they can get brick and wood later while rotating and kind of use that efficiency to not only get a good spot, but recuperate the remaining mats that they need. So I honestly like the position that Pink, Nebs, and Chino are in. They've done a good amount of damage consistently. They've got a good amount of materials. They have weapons. They have loot. So far, they are setting themselves up quite successfully to have a good game.
Yeah, if everybody gets a Void Oni, that'll be
Oh shit,
best
oh
case
shit.
scenario. Karma, though, double revive. Good to go. But how much time did it actually buy up against the likes of Slogze and Clement, who are looking healthier despite being a duo up against 3? They might have to abandon this exchange, though. Team in the Surge base, not too far off from Brutal Boxcars, certainly taking note and might even apply some additional pressure if these guys aren't careful.
Looking over at Cringe, Velo, and Synox, who seem to have the upper hand in this engagement in terms of positioning, but just pop shots taken back and forth. Zone is coming to a close, and they are quite far. So I don't think any full-on engagements will be made here, but Oni masks are going to be put to use. Some other trios coming out of the zone right now, putting themselves into a bit of a tussle, as I believe Velo, Zynox, and Cringe are just going to continue towards the zone. They can potentially later look back into the storm and maybe find some of these trios rotating out and have that as an opening for tags, but taking the full-on battle is a bit too risky.
Another one of our teams, though, that's looking rather healthy as far as placement points and consistency is concerned.
Oh,
Nefrizi
I'm hungry.
up against
You can probably take a lunch break very soon. Still got time between for NA. It's around that's like 4:45, but I think it's like they're really gonna start around at like 5 p.m.
We able to win that exchange instead. Flush are getting closed in on by Scrap and Skrill right now. Skrill immediately, though, 180 to Bond, doesn't actually get a chance to continue backing up Scrap's plan here. Instead, it's going to have to be a full-on disengage now.
Yeah, gonna make use of that water sprite to tank a bit of the storm, but are they gonna let them go? As Scrap now is gonna get cracked. Lucia looking for another opening. Just one shot needing to connect to get that knockdown.
Oh.
Unable to hit the first one, though. Now he's just one shot away from getting knocked. Luckily enough, he has his teammate Frizzy. Backup has been called as they go into the box, get the knock, but in the meantime, Lucia is gonna go down. But quickly enough, he's going to get brought right back onto his feet.
It'll at least force Lucia to take a moment here alongside the rest of his team, but considering how that engagement actually panned out in favor for Nafrizi, Hellfire has some choices to make. How long is he willing to actually commit to sitting behind inside of the storm? Will Nafrizi and them also choose to just camp the reboot cards? Because again, they're already qualified. They don't necessarily have to forfeit that position.
That's true. I mean, they can honestly do what they want here. You can see 278 points. It says 5th, but it's number 1 in terms of consistency, as the other players have 1,000 points, having already qualified through the Victory Royale. As now we can see Shogun's Arena seems to already have a trio on it. Chap Noah trying to just get some pop shots into whoever's up there. 2 trios, actually.
And both of these teams kind of recognizing the fact that they've been a little bit of the center of attention here. One of them even opting to just depart from Shogun's Arena. But for Neo, Shmali, and Memo, again, Takada, we're looking at teams that winning is the only option they have.
Yep.
They don't want to try and stake their odds in that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and Rift Island is a good place to kind of start that journey, right? Especially if the zone ends up closing towards it. Even if they can get that medallion to close it off, but Pink, Chino, and Nebs, once again, we've seen a lot of this trio throughout this last match, and they've been playing very consistent. You see they've now gotten full metal, and they're continuing to get their wood and brick during their rotation. And it looks like they might even be going to more of the dead side of the zone if they've done so much damage throughout this match that they can kind of afford to go to a least congested side. I'm looking forward to see how they play out the end game. As for Strokey, Volko, and Batman, might have put themselves in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, this fight has kind of just been moving all over. Last we saw, these teams were all kind of entangled with each other over towards Night Shift Forest, and still fighting against each other. Not really sold on either side having gotten much of an advantage against the other, considering that they refuse to budge. Both teams kind of just holding each other up now.
Yeah, I mean, it's 7 seconds
man.
till they see where this 5th
I mean,
zone
the edge.
appears,
This is like my
so
play right here. Try to
they're kinda gonna base that zone
maintain
on
like in
how
the
they
edge
wanna
of the
play
circle,
this
but
one
not
out,
not
where they wanna
too
walk to.
not too far ahead, because one might kill me.
Straight down the middle can be a
Try to
bit
be the
more
edge of the circle.
risky
When it stops,
versus
that's I'm
going
on
around the edge of the
I'm on the
storm.
edge.
But
No,
you can see on the
move
minimap,
on
there's
already.
not too many
Try to make
trios
it. I'm
around
just
them.
trying to make it to end game.
So honestly, all 3 of these, or 2 of these trios, should be able to make it out quite easily.
Another double revive caught on camera here. Tough spot to be in, though, if you are Andalek, Sato, and Marco. A couple of teams kind of standing between them and this rotate out of Lost Lake. They do have those Void Oni masks, though, but if you TP in plain sight, you can expect that these 2 teams surrounding them are definitely going to try to get a piece of them as they go.
Looks like they're going to attempt to do so. Marco might have been left behind, but no, is going to be able to get the Oni mask. All 3 players successfully kind of escaped. Was a little nerve-wracking, but so far so good.
Kind of just waiting to see how Shogun's Arena actually panned out, since we did see 2 teams essentially trying to fight over that Shogun X medallion and just having a good height leverage point to fight out of. A lot of teams, though, Takada, just they're taking notice of each other, but nobody necessarily wants to hard commit.
Yeah, you can kind of see that pressure from it being the last game, and not only that, I mean, Freuzi, Scout, and Elkier that we're looking at went into this match in 11th place, just 1 place off qualifying through consistency, and not only that, they have not made an FNCS finals before, so it means a lot to a trio like that. Hopefully, if they get a decent enough match here, it could be enough to close it out.
Volko and Hark, though, they gotta be careful with Giannis and Noah Riley's team. Slogside, Floki, Clement as well, barely sitting 16 above the damage threshold. One more time, they're trying to see if they can replicate some of the lobby successes that we have seen them have so far today, but for the most part, when they keep alternating, and Clement, he's not careful, might get caught out here by a separate team just trailing behind. Barely making it into the edge of zone though, and with only one medkit and now sitting under the surge threshold, Clement has to hope that Sloxay or Floki is able to find
he got beamed,
someone,
right?
anyone, to just get them above where they need to be.
Yeah, 15 players have to be eliminated for Storm Surge to no longer be active here, but you can hear the cracks come through. It just opens up that option for players in the surrounding area to play extra aggressive, knowing they have the upper hand in that fight. As Sloxay now doing what he can to come out on top in a 1 versus 3, connects a big Sentinel pump shot, but it's not going to be enough to take down the whole trio.
Tough scenes currently, and if you're Karma, they might just be getting worse. Batman, Volko, and for Strokey, though. What a position. Just kind of remaining rather concealed. They will make sure to kind of poke their heads up towards Cringe's team. Try and see if they can get some shots going. Find a little bit more surge to help out with their future rotations. But with the way that the zone is pulling Takata and that water terrain being introduced, it can be really difficult to maintain a solid mat count here.
Yeah, I mean, 7th zone coming. It's hard to make that decision. Is it going to kind of pull a bit towards the water? Is it going to pull back on shore? You can have theories, but there's always that chance that it can pull anywhere. And it looks like it is going to be an east zone, so not too bad for the players that kind of centered up on zone 6, getting ready to rotate anywhere they might have to go.
For Uzi though, a league scout. They've got 351 more damage than they need to, but the way that these numbers, how heavily they fluctuate for being just above that damage threshold, they know that they want another refresh because the Battle of Height was definitely a good look in the last lobby here, Takata, but this 5th game, it could just be anybody up for grabs for taking over the high ground.
Yeah, it's got the mix of players like Nako, you can see in the feed, that just not only picked up 2 eliminations, but is on the borderline of qualifying through consistency. We're probably not going to risk it all for high ground, but on the other hand, you have players who are down at the bottom half of the leaderboard that will risk everything to get high ground and take home that VR. As it looks like Chat might have just found a little fishy. Unfortunately, he escaped. As they continue to kind of look for shots, being only 13 above. No need to take any big risks here, but they do need damage.
I'd say they actually have to take a fight at some point. Whether or not you consider that a big risk is to be determined, but they definitely need more damage. This is not going to be enough. And sure enough, Chat, it's registered in his brain, 45 below. They've got a little bit of space here. What they need, though, is to find an elimination, a knock, anything to get the ball rolling. Scouting out a fight in the low ground, trying to see if they can maybe vulture some leftovers. No Riley, though, despite seeing players kind of scurrying away, Azat has just been dipping all over this low ground to escape the likes of Noah Riley. Finally, he's going to get picked up in the process, but that's still just barely above the damage threshold.
That's good, though. They didn't have to commit to any pre-edits. They didn't have to commit to a triple spray or triple shotgun. They were able to kind of safely find a bit of damage, but like you said, only 23 above. It's going to last only so long. As we look back at Pink, Nebs, and Chino, still good amount of charges on the Oni. Good heals, good mats. Issue is, zone has pulled to the opposite side of the zone here, so they are going to have to look for a triple Oni mass rotate now. Just be careful to not land into anyone's box.
Damas's team's going to be the ones leading on front side of zone currently, taking opportunities where they can to look back and spray. Chapno, O'Reilly, and Giannis, they know they still need to ensure that they are staying above that minimum damage threshold for Surge. This could be problems, though, for Pink and Chino. If they get spotted out, working their way up this hill, slowly, surely, they might find themselves becoming the focus point of the rest of the lobby here. And no rally chat, be honest, not sure if anybody actually got to measure out where they're headed, but the high ground towards front side, currently in control still by Darm and Pix.
Now, it's all about kind of planning your next rotate. 6 seconds left until that knife zone appears, and you need to be ready to react instantly when that zone appears. But if you're like Batman, that's already lost 2 of your teammates, it's just trying to
it's solo right here, bro.
your opponents here. You don't really have time to scout around and look what the best rotate might be. All you have to do is stay up.
Be one of those moments where the invis capabilities from the Shogun Medallion could really have a chance to shine. That is if Batman had it. He doesn't. Faded Pigeon gonna fall though in the high ground. We do have a skirmish for height. Darm and Damus though looking to see if they can come out on top. Vegeta hoping for a revive, but the pressure is gonna come from underneath. Darm breaking through these walls, knocking on the door, saying what's good to everybody on this high ground. And for a moment, Pix finally gets a chance to reestablish control.
Already 8 eliminations for Darm and his trio. Darm actually leading the pack today in terms of eliminations out of the whole lobby. So all they have to do now is close this one out. They have taken height, but the issue I'm seeing is they've got materials, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to fully close it out if they get contested once again. As Chino, Pink, and Nebs are doing exactly what they need to do by just staying up and securing those points. To qualify through consistency, the drop's actually going to come through out to Yanis. He gets knocked. Full trio still up and running as they've just secured a massive refresh.
But this time, it's Chap left to his own devices. He's got to come through with the clutch of a lifetime here and with 0 mats to his name. Takada, I fear the worst might come to fruition instead, but Chap, he's going to try to play it from the backside of zone. He's got at least 1 medkit to start buying himself just 1 extra placement. Maybe that'll be enough for him to find an elimination for a siphon moment. Cringe in his sights, but Cringe going to drop 1 layer further. Chap closing the distance here, trying to get as close as possible to ensure that that shot goes in his favor. Operating through the low ground as well, though. Chino, Nebs, Pink, they're sticking towards this front side low.
Going into this match in the 12th position, they need top 10 to qualify through consistency. They're most likely not there yet. The job is not finished at 159 points. They need to stay up just a bit longer as they find another elimination. Chino now up to 3, making his way ahead of zone.
This is looking like a winning situation, though, for Damus' team on height. The league, not even a chance as a solo. Haruko, Nako, and Kire, they're trying to work their way through Takada. They're finding the eliminations that they need. Haruko doesn't get a chance, though, to pick up some much-needed material. Instead, just trying to ensure that he stays towards that front side.
They need to stay up. Also, just on the borderline, getting into this match, Haruko, Kire, now trying to clutch it up as a duo to qualify themselves through consistency, as I believe Nebs has just gone down. Is it going to be enough points for Pink and Chino? Chino's still alive. Clutching as a solo with 3 elims on the board, and he's not finished.
Chino just gonna go for the blind teleport towards forward, but it's too far. He's spotted out. Alba as well, unfortunately TPing onto Hyper. There is a healthy trio. Darm, though, much less so. Now that he's got to deal with the calamity taking place, all of these teams just TPing onto Height, and Damus still holding strong despite everything.
Our elimination leader throughout the day, Damus, now having 7 in this
I think I was stuck right here.
Finished yet. He wants to close this match out, as you have to be careful in the building. It's Haruko, it's Kire, securing elimination after elimination, but now they have to face off against the trio in the sky.
This is huge, though, for Nako, just because of the fact that he gave them so many placement points.
Medallion.
Well, that's going to shift Nako's team into that 2nd place position, but instead picks Damus, still trying to confirm this final victory royale in the day. Cadet trying to break through, but he can't make it.
Now it's a 2 versus 1.
God.
Pix finishes it off, and they secure the last victory royale.
GG, that's the last game of EU.
To the major finals. Did Pink get enough points to qualify through consistency? Did Nako get enough points to qualify through consistency? Getting to that late game, I don't know, Taco, but
bro, it's crazy, bro.
Quite the performance.
Now, look, I might be a little fraudulent there in my Spanish, Takata, but Nako and them weren't anything but in this last lobby. That was some huge placement points that they needed to try and confirm themselves a spot in that consistency portion of the leaderboard. Huge shout outs though to Darm's trio, because they have really just had today on lock as is, and then to close it out in these final moments with a pretty commanding lead over the rest of the lobby. That's also a beautiful sight to witness if you're towards that lower end of the consistency placements.
Yeah, especially coming from a trio that has yet to make an FNCS finals. This being their first one now, not only qualifying themselves, Taco, but being the elimination leaders throughout the whole day shows that they've been preparing, they've been grinding for this moment, and it is paying off.
Yeah, you love to see it as well, just because there were some definite attempts from other teams to try and take over height, but Pix, Darm, Damus, we saw them walk away as our Div 1 Weekly 2 Finals winners, and so here today to see them with a victory royale, it's a beautiful sight to witness. It was a hard-fought victory for them as well.
It's very beautiful, but there's still that question mark in the sky. What's happening on the consistency leaderboard? That's it for myself and Taco on the casting booth. We'll be back for the next event, but so far, we gotta close this out, Taco. We gotta see what Zeke, Levin, and Mini have to say.
I'm stressed. I'm stressed. This is possibly... Well, I think everyone in the lobby wanted this trio to win, right?
Yeah.
Because they were already in the top 5 in consistency. That means that they now move up, and the leaderboards will move
last
down
game for E for EU
one.
major
And with
major
so
2.
many of these trios fighting
Major
for one
1.
of those consistency spots.
It's group,
This is
group 2.
going to come
I get
down
confused.
to the wire. We do need to turn attention to the trio, though. As our casters kind of pointed out, they just had so many of these games on lock. They really were trying to show us that when it comes to a Major 1 finals, they can be consistent, right? Because at the end of the day, being consistent will win you that spot going to the global championship later on this year. And that's what they're just trying to show us. They're really trying to drill in. Look what we're capable of. Look what we can kind of, the adversity we can fight through. We are top contenders. We are deserving of potentially walking away in that #1 spot.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, when my good friend Coach Harry put Demus and Pix on my radar last year after they started to have a couple decent performances in Cash Cups, you know, I very much sort of looked forward to them, and the way it was sort of framed was, imagine a younger Kami and Seti who just get fraggy sometimes, right? And like, the idea of that was crazy, and at times they've sold us that level, and today in this lobby, you know, it felt like they were just that. They were able to make it to these end games consistently.
Now we're on to NA, starts in 4:45 p.m. It's not like 2 hours. So we got 2 hours of free time to kill.
There with the elimination leader on the day, so it just shows that this trio, they really have the firepower and what it takes to get over the line. They've even switched drops a little bit throughout the day today, I believe, landing over towards the lake, of course landing over at Pump Power at the beginning of the day. That's where they were shaping up, so they have this in their locker, the ability to be able to switch up, change things up. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, they won week 2 divisional finals. They've been looking good all season. They've been very, very strong, and it's nice for them to showcase what they can do, both winning a game and also not getting outside of a top 8 today. It just shows they're consistent as well.
It kind of does scare me though, boys, because we can't forget about the shark in the water, right? Queasy getting that first victory out on the day. The guy who is going to be looking for a height is not there, right? And so this is what they can do when they have those height possibilities. But when we turn attention, we can't forget, right? Queasy, Swizzy, Murstache, they're still waiting, right? They are still, and on top of the trios that made it last week, the trios we have to see to tomorrow, there's still a lot of ways that this could still go down. And so I'm just kind of excited to see what's in the future. This is a look back. In case maybe you're just tuning in, you missed all the action. Here's everyone that won themselves a victory royale in these 5 matches. So they're good. They're straight through to the Major 1 finals. But gentlemen, we still have to talk about the consistency. Who made it in top 5? So when we look at these standings, we're basically looking at from the 5th place, or 6th place rather, down to 10th place, okay? And here we go. Obviously, Nafrizi, Lucia, Rakuzan, we saw them. They are great. But look at that 5th place spot.
Wow.
Pink, Nebs, and Chino made it in by the skin of their teeth, boys. When we turn attention to these standings, we're going to have to just see how close this was. But to see them kind of fighting all of these matches, really trying to hone in, really trying to take it all the way as far as they could, to see them actually clutch it up and in this final game secure that spot, it's got to feel so amazing.
Right, and it started off so scary, right? Because you had Vigera, Turtle, and Faded, who sort of landed over towards Demon's Dojo and were giving them problems. They sort of rotated out of it a bit earlier. But what a huge clutch. I think most people watching at home would have been rooting for these guys to get it done. I think the only people who won't be rooting for them, Mini, is probably Hydro's trio, right? Because they obviously qualified from
there we go. We got
Group 1.
top 5, 1,000 points. They get the tickets on the next one.
These guys in the Major 1 finals, potentially fighting off Spawn at Demon's Dojo in all 12 games. I'm really happy for these guys. They've worked super hard to make it.
Yeah, they have. They've been grinding so much. They understand the game so well. They've always had so much potential. Nebs in particular is always one of those players that has the ability to just pop off in so many different moments, but hasn't quite got it all together when it comes down to those finals. And for Major 1 finals, I'm excited to see whether he can sort of bring that fire, bring that heat with, of course, Pink and Chino. And it was so close for those guys getting in there in 10th place. I think they only just about qualified by a single placement, which is crazy. I know Chino, or a single point, I should say, which is crazy because Chino was qualifying them at the end there with the solo clutching. And what was so funny is that Pink yesterday was trolling Chino. He was saying, "Oh, look at this guy, level 600 on Fortnite. What is he doing? How is he such a high level, mate? He's going to be thanking him now for being such a high level and putting the work in because he's just qualified them through to the Major 1 finals."
So insane. And when you guys look, when we turn to that second page, I'll go ahead and spoil it now. They beat them out by 1 point.
Wow.
Okay,
1
point
point.
was a
That's
difference
crazy.
maker that was enough to help Pink get in through. But we can't forget as well, another thing I wanted to call out, 13th place, Floki, Clement, Sloxe. We saw them go down early, and when they went into that game, they had that 153 points, and they couldn't get anything else. And that's how volatile some of these lobbies can be, right? If you're not careful, if you make a mistake, you can be eliminated early, and that game was not the time for that to happen.
Tough. I mean, it's just the brutal nature of the FNCS group stage. The dream isn't completely over, right? Because they have last chance qualifier next week, but honestly, yeah, it'll be heartbreaking, right? For any team who was in one of those positions, right? You know, you had a hold of it and you lost it. I mean, yeah, it can be tough. I will say on a positive note, right, you got, you know, Chap, Janice, and Noah, who have had a very interesting season. They make it through to the finals. They're going to be able to land Miles Meadows. You know, the story for them was you know, dropping Reason for Chap. Was that going to pay off? Was it going to be the right decision? And now that they're here in the finals, I think they'll be feeling like it is, Mini.
Yeah, I think just looking back at this trio, looking back at the day, is just, you know, definitely comes down to that solo clutch from Noah Rayleigh earlier on. I think it was a 3rd place they managed to get in that game. So many eliminations. I'm sure they'll be thanking him for all of his work earlier on. But the trio as a whole, they performed very well today. Very consistent. Lower eliminations, as I mentioned. And even in that last game, only 2 eliminations for them. So a little insight into maybe how we're expecting to see them play when it comes to the Major 1 finals. But a team that can make it to end games. They have the firepower. And with players like Noah Rayleigh coming back into their prime, it's going to be an exciting team to look out for in the finals.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Guys, we're pretty much done with the action today in EU. Final thoughts before we start to say goodbye?
Let's get on to the good group. Group 3, let's do it. The big boy. That's, you know, all of this was just the starters, you know. You get a couple bit of nibbles, bites, but Group 3 is where it happens. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen some upsets. We saw some upsets in Group 1. We're going to see some serious upsets, I should say, I predict tomorrow, because, I mean, that's where it all goes down. We have some of the biggest names in the region competing. There's surely going to be 1 or 2 teams that are going to be qualifying through just through the skin of their teeth, or even not qualifying at all. It's going to be exciting nevertheless, so make sure to tune in for it.
And oh man, a couple things before we say goodbye. First off, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. It was great to be back in EU and hanging out. We hope you enjoyed all the action. Don't forget though, North America not far away. We'll have 5 games there. I don't know. There's a couple names. Someone like Peterbot might be playing into today's Heat. I don't know. It might be worth checking out as well. Don't forget, for the Fortnite Global Championship, we announced we're going to Lyon, France, and pre-registration for tickets is actually on the 13th. So go in, get pre-registered. That way you can get some tickets early, and we hope to see you guys celebrating with all the French community, because it's going to be crazy. As always, Fortnite fam, thank you so much. We love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Let's see this. That's it? No. I thought we can do the same old like highlights. Let's be on that part then. Oh, I think that's it. Other than a short little highlight reel before they end it all. Okay, chat. So yeah, we got NA starts in 2 hours. I'll be right back. chat. We got right. I'll take my lunch break in a few minutes. But we got some time before NA starts. I know. I said I always warm up. I'm thinking I'm gonna play one quick game because I'm gonna take a lunch break in a few minutes, and I want to just play one game. I know I always say I practice and warm up, but it isn't like before start to play. But it's just like I'm about to take a break in like a few minutes, so I'm about to get one game in, and we have like very small limited time, because NA starts in about 2 hours, so I want to of course eat first, then run a few games, before NA FNCS starts. Man, this Black Man 2.0 is hella tough, bro. It's fire. You know, they call it Nice Conqueror, but I just call it Black Man 2.0. Or Black Nice Twin. It's here. Let's trade it. I want to try to use because yeah. I mean, I want to try to use the pump more often. Let's see. Now every day I can run get an auto, which is still my fave. I gotta learn to adapt. Oh, was lost on a storm. Only second zone, bro. Man, what's the stream made out of?